Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:02 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed at YouTube at www.youtube.com/MICHSOS office/videos. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. The secretary, for the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, please announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village that you are in. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches. 11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder of the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Rothhorn.
Second.
Motion seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we approve the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Department of State, do we have any in-person public comment this morning?
We do not.
We do not. Thank you. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If the audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Alrighty, this is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And from now on, I think I will be leading the community in the Pledge of Allegiance, as you folks were, controversial for some of you folks. So I'll be doing that from now on. And so I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. So that we can just start doing that from now on, and then that'll be my volunteering, my time. And this Pledge of Allegiance is not for the commissioners. This is what I'm fundamentally coming up with a problem here, and there's a block, there's a breach, and it's not for you commissioners. It's not about you. This isn't about you. This is process isn't about you. You are just put in place to proceed with a process, and it was provided you by the people of the state of Michigan. The Robert's Rules of Order. It was already determined to you by the Secretary of State. This is the way our Constitution works. And you folks are just simply not wanting to participate and do that. But this pledge is for people that want to, in our society and our community, to pulls us. This is what keeps us together, unity. And for the veterans, the men and women that are serving now, and the veterans and people who've lost in protecting this freedom that all of you are enjoying right now. And I'm assuming the check's cleared. So you're doing a job here. You're supposed to be doing a job. And I think that we have a fundamental problem with this thing about are you folks actually affiliated with the Democratic Republican Party? Because, your colleague, Commissioner Clark, testified that you're not doing it like that. Constitution says we're supposed to have Republicans, Democrats, and people of neither to do this and to work this out as human beings. And now you testify you're not doing it. And you all tried to even attempt to change the definition in the Constitution. So this runs deep. This runs deep for you folks. And no, we got to get back in line and get back with the rules and procedures and the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. That doesn't change. It's not process is not changing. It's like you said, provide for the rules. It's like incidental rules that, all commissions across the state. We've been using Robert's Rules and commissions in the state for the aeronautics division.
Your allotted 2 minutes has ended. Please conclude your statement, Mr. Gallant.
Yes.
Thank you. Individuals who have signed up for a second remote live public comment will now be allowed to do so. We use the same process as the first round, with the individual being given 2 minutes to address the commission. First in line is Mr. Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Well, this is James Gallant again, and I'm the Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my personal opinions. And, I think it's unreasonable in the Open Meetings Act. There's only one rule, really. You got to have reasonable public comment. It's not reasonable for you to cut me off like that, knowing that I'm the only one signed up on the second thing. It's not even in your notice. The Secretary of State has fraudulently provided information to the public on your notice that I got today from your staff. It doesn't say this. It doesn't say you get a public comment. Everybody since that before has been denied this opportunity in advance to say, hey, we're going to prepare for that, and they're ready for it. And like I said, it should be in there. If there's only one person and they're next, they should be able to have a continuous of it. You get prison sentence like that, they kind of go in succession, and but we don't get that here from you. See, this is a fundamental breach of the way we do it in America. I think you folks are actually going for the brass ring out there, to somebody's brass ring, to say you're just going to fundamentally change the rules and reboot the system to be some more willy-nilly consensus building, blah, blah, blah stuff. It just changes every time. The facilitator, this is that facilitated dialogue thing. This is why it's inappropriate for the chair on a business item, new agenda item is approved, to assign the floor to facilitate the discussion to the vice chair. That's tag team bullying. This is victim bullying. It's called bully victim now. Everybody's a bully and a victim at the same time. That's the highest risk for suicide. It's in the research. This is why it's so hard to do this now. You've been fighting over how you're going to do this consensus thing, but you've just been following the rules. You've been twice as far along. And the AI thing you did yesterday, the thing about artificial intelligence, no, human beings are supposed to do this. And your lawyer, you didn't contact the lawyer. That was a waste of time, and I think you folks have to pay that money back. It cost us the meeting yesterday. You could have just deferred the approval of minutes till today. You just wasted our time and everybody's time. And this way I go back to this budget and see about this stuff that's been wasted, and then have you folks that, you are getting checks, have it deducted out of your checks. But yeah, we'll be trying to get back with the lawsuit, and that they said that the Democrats or the Republicans were denied their due process affiliation, and so am I. If you're not really Democrats and you're not really Republicans, I'm being denied my due process of affiliation to talk to an actual Democrat, an actual Republican, and a person who's actually not either.
Your 2
That's
minutes
my
has
due process.
concluded. Please conclude your comments, Mr. Gallant.
Yeah. Thank you, and I do thank you for the time there, and how you're now going to let me do this, but. If we could tighten this up, and it's crunch time. And I think some of these definitions need to be actually.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Gallant. Thank you for your comments to the commission. At this point, I will note for the record that our chair, Brittany Kellum, has arrived in the room. So I will hand over the meeting and the remaining of the agenda items to our chair, Brittany Kellum.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rebecca Zatella. And that concludes, as she said, our public comment for this afternoon. There is no unfinished business for today's meeting, so we'll move on to the next agenda item. We'll now move forward to new business agenda item 6A, emergency procurement for AV for the July 22nd to 23rd meetings, and resolution 2021.7.4. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide information on this agenda item and resolution. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Director Hammersmith.
Again, we have provided for your consideration a notice of emergency procurement per our policy. Notification was sent to the commissioners as soon as we knew we would have to do this emergency procurement. For your use today is a resolution that indicates that the commission can formally receive notification of this one-time procurement. It was necessary because the AV staff could not get into the room until yesterday morning, and we did not have the bid until that time. So if you have any questions, please ask. Yes, I need one of those. Papers.
Any other questions for Director Hammersmith? Commissioners have no questions. Director Hammersmith, you can move to the resolution if you have something more to say about it.
We just need a motion.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution 2021.7.4. Motion made by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll now vote on the motion to adopt the minutes of the July 8th, 2021 commission meeting. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We'll move forward to new business. Agenda item 6B, consideration of time off for staff and commissioners. Commissioners have requested this agenda item, so without objection, I will invite any commissioners to weigh in regarding this.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Eve. Yes.
did we vote to approve the resolution that was seconded?
That's what I believe. Yeah, the resolution was for. Yep.
Yep, that was it.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I thought I heard meeting minutes. I must have misheard. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. So
Madam Chair.
I heard the same thing.
Okay, I must have misspoke. My apologies. Commissioner Clark, do you have the same? You have the same edit?
No, I put my hand up to talk about the next subject that we're going to get to.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lang and Commissioner E for the correction. Commissioner Clark.
Okay, the subject, could you repeat exactly what the subject was again?
We're consideration for time off for us and the staff.
Yes. I want to issue an apology to the two individuals on staff that I interviewed. This subject came up, I'm sorry, not interviewed, but made the job offer to. The subject came up from Sue and from our communications director, and we weren't prepared to talk about it at the time, and I never followed up on it. And so I apologize, and I think it's very appropriate that we discuss this today and bring resolution to it, because I think time off is well deserved by anyone, and that's working full time, and we need to address that. So I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Clark, for that thoughtful apology. And is there anything else that commissioners would like to add about time off, or with that? I'm sorry, Commissioner Lang, I thought that was from the first time. Go ahead, Commissioner Lang.
I'm perfectly fine with time off for staff. I know that they put in very long hours in conversations, even with our legal counsel. I've told her myself to try and take some time for herself. I know with the work that we're doing and being the first commission that's done it, it's probably easier said than done. But as far as time off for the commissioners, I think we're at a crucial point. Our hours are going to pick up, and I see it as when the hearings ended, the July 1st, the last hearing, we kind of did have a week off to where our next meeting wasn't until a week later. So I would be a little concerned. And again, I would be concerned because I've already seen it in public comment where we are getting paid and we're coming at a crucial point. And now we're talking about commissioners taking vacation. If you have to miss, you have to miss. We all have things going on. Some of us work, some of us have family emergencies, what have you. So instances like that, but to actually plan a vacation, I think as in terms of the commissioners themselves, maybe not the best idea at this time. And I understand about self-care. We all need it. And I know that also well myself, but I do worry about public perception. If especially at this stage in the game, we start scheduling vacations for ourselves. Like I said, I'm all on board for staff though. And that's just my thoughts. I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Rothorn, and then I have some thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, this is Commissioner Rothorn. I would agree. And I want to suggest that there's something about the, it's also holidays that we haven't given staff nor commissioners holidays. And so I guess what I'm suggesting is that there's some sort of acknowledged break. I'm thinking about the holidays that are coming around November, December, something like that. So I want to offer a reframe because the time off is really kind of it's the self-care piece. And I also want to suggest that I want to make sure that we are not mandating that staff. I want to give some autonomy to ourselves, because I think Rhonda said it very well, right? We take time off when we have to, right? And I think we do have some flexibility as commissioners, and the staff are at our direction. If we don't give them a frame that says, please, right, you have a holiday, something like that, where when other people have holidays, right? There's a certain amount of, I won't call that time off, but it's a holiday and it's recognized by the nation. And I also want to suggest that I'm looking at the self-care, as Rhonda mentioned, and I think as Doug has pointed out, we didn't recognize how long that we would be doing this. We're sprinting in some ways, right? And I think what we're talking about now is we're recognizing that we are on a marathon kind of, right? We've got some schedules. We didn't know what we were doing, and we're still trying to figure it out. And so right now it feels like if we're going to sprint all the way until January 1st, it's just a long time to keep sprinting. And so what I'm suggesting is somehow that we not only frame this around time off, but we consider sort of holidays and giving staff maybe the resources so that they can take care of themselves and have time for their families, and actually maybe even take time off if they can, right? The idea that they also have jobs and they're committed to this work, just like we are, and that we will each have the autonomy, if you will, to get it done. So we may actually need to talk about additional staff or, however, so that they can actually take that time off, that there's places where they can actually delegate the work so they can even take time off. So I guess what I'm suggesting is the way that it's called right now, consideration of time off for staff and commissioners, I think it's been addressed very well, right? We didn't know what we were doing in the beginning. And I think we recognize that we need to do something, especially for staff, but let's consider how we give relief, if you will, to the staff and frankly to ourselves.
I just quickly wanted to say that without, laboring a point, I am in favor of time off for staff and commissioners because we can't really repair the past of the pace that we had, but I am always concerned about burnout. And, we have fluctuated, even though we do have the option to, take care of our own personal needs to avoid commissioners that behavior being sporadic. I think to be proactive, we should use some time and define some time to take care of ourselves so that people don't feel like, well, if we don't have time off, I have to kind of fix myself on my own. I think as a body, and there are other public bodies that have breaks for business purposes in the summer, as well as their staff that they're working with. So I think we do need to think about what that kind of consideration would look like. Commissioner Lett.
Well, I'm going to take a very unpopular position. This job, when all the commissioners signed up to do, we didn't know what was going to be the extent of it, but it became very clear very soon that basically it's going to be a lot of work for about a 1-year period. The staff certainly that was interviewed and hired, if they didn't realize it, should have realized that it was going to be that type of operation. We, as has been said, are coming into the final quarter of and to really the work that has to be done between now and whatever date that we end up finishing it up, hopefully before sooner than later. And I don't see where we have the time or the ability to slack off at this point. All the points about self-care, et cetera, are all valid. And certainly a staff member who comes to us and says, hey, I need a couple of days off because of this or that would not be denied or not approved. But to say that we're going to set up a 2-week vacation for somebody or a 1-week vacation for somebody, I think is totally inappropriate. If you were in private setting, there would be no anticipation or expectation that there would be any type of vacation in the first year of your employment. And so for all of those reasons, and the staff is doing a great job. Yeoman's work, no question about it. It's just that we're coming into the crunch time. We need all hands on deck. And that's my feeling.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Orton.
I agree that now is not the time that we can take time off. When I was thinking about this, I wasn't thinking about time off for commissioners, but I do think it's unreasonable that our staff can't even take a holiday off. I think holidays should be off. They should be able to do what they want on like Labor Day coming up and 4th of July. I know they worked and that should have been off. So I think that needs to be addressed. And then like MC said, maybe it's not certain days off, but maybe they need an assistant or something that can take some of the workload because they don't need to be working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's a little unreasonable. We need to balance it out a little bit because we don't want anyone to burn out and not be able to complete the work.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Commissioner Villette.
I agree with Cynthia. I too think that a week or 2 weeks vacation is not appropriate. I do wish that they would take the holidays off. I think that they're so committed that they're probably not going to, because I know they tell me that they work every day, all day long, which, yeah, they do need to take some time off. And I also think we need to look into some help for them. that would loosen
Lessen the
up.
load.
Yeah,
Got you.
yeah, so that they're not working 24/7.
Commissioner Wagner.
I just wanted to say I agree with Steve and Rhonda. I think commissioners, I honestly don't, and I can't speak because I haven't traveled like you all have, but I think we can take time off as needed for ourselves. And I also think maybe we can correlate staff time off with MDOS, since state workers do get holidays off. That might be appropriate to look at. But other than that, I think we're in crunch time and repeated time off is not necessary.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in that I think the concept that you shouldn't get vacation time in the first year you work someplace is sort of kind of an antiquated concept. Every job I've ever had, I've gotten vacation time my first day at work, and often it's 20 days for a year. And that's typically a combination of instead of it being called vacation time now, it's sick time and vacation time combined together. So it's personal time off. I think it's reasonable. I think everybody agrees on the holidays. I think our staff should have paid holidays. I heard from staff members that every single one of our staff members worked a full day on 4th of July while we were out enjoying our friends and family and having barbecues. I don't think that's fair to expect our staff to work or to make the choice to not work and not get paid for those days, because we're getting paid for those days. So I think the holidays should be consistent. I don't think there's a lot of disagreement on that with the commission. However, I also think that offering even, 10 days or 5 days of PTO that can be used for sick time or for vacation time for the next 6 months or the next year would be perfectly reasonable, because the reality is, as we all know, people have doctor's appointments, people have things they have to take care of, people may need to go to the Secretary of State. And right now we have it set up where our staff has no ability to take that time off. And I don't think that's reasonable. The people who work for us are not slaves, and they should have some reasonable time to take off and be paid for that time off and be able to take care of their personal affairs. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I don't think we need to give them 5 weeks, but I think even, 5 days or 10 days would be perfectly reasonable to be used as PTO, meaning sick time or just personal time.
I would have to agree, Vice Chair Zatella, and just quickly, because I know there are other hands and other thoughts, and then this might be unpopular. I know that we have a hard job and this is crunch time and we have work to do, but I feel like the mindset shift has to be away from this sprinting, or we are going to tire ourselves out. There's going to be a lot of conflict and there's going to be unnecessary absences. So what I do know historically about self-care is to get ahead of that is you have to take time off, whether that's from staff or commissioners, just to identify and observe and honor everything that has already been spoken about in this commissioner and things that we don't know about people's health, schedule, and personal lives. I see Commissioner Clark's hand, and then Executive Director Sue Hammersmith has something to say. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. I agree with what Rebecca said. I think not having time off for the first year of employment is an antiquated process that some companies still do, some don't. I would recommend that we consider accruing for every month worked 1 PTO day for the staff. And that would equate to 12 PTO days a year, and excluding the using the PTO days on the holidays they should have off as everybody does. So that's what I would recommend. I'm not putting it forward as a motion at this point, but I think that's a reasonable thing to do. So I yield back.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
I agree, and I'd make that as a motion.
Commissioner Lett, can you hold on for a second? I was recognizing Executive Director Sue Hammersmith.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. I think we just kind of wanted the discussion today so we could listen and hear, and I would like for the staff to be able to come back to you with some options. We've listened, we've heard. If there are other options, please let us know. We do currently have contracts that state there's no time off, so contracts will have to have some sort of an addendum, which I'm sure our general counsel will be happy to draft something for that. And also, I do want to state, we do work flex time. So I know if we need to take a couple hours off for an appointment, we certainly would work 8 extra hours in the evening. So, I mean, the work is getting done. The hours are being given. I think every staff member is working probably 60 to 70 hours a week right now. So I just want to acknowledge that Edward and Julianne are hard workers. The commission hired wisely. You hired people who are very dedicated to getting their work done. So, and to supporting this commission. So we certainly appreciate your efforts and want to work in tandem with you to make sure that this is the best that all of us can do. So if we could maybe come back next week and with further discussion, I would appreciate that.
And I would like to make, that clear, because I am concerned that if we mandate, or if we even like have a proposal, that it might not actually give the kind of relief that the staff needs. Again, like they may not even be able to take time off because they don't have anyone to delegate it to, for example, right? And the work has to get done, like, as we've all said, it is crunch time. So I feel like we should listen to the staff and try to get some kind of respond to some recommendations that they've given us.
Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Weiss, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've listened to all the comments. I think everything is correct. Everything makes sense. I guess the staff that we have, I find them very capable, very good at their jobs. I guess my suggestion would be, if they need a day off, maybe they should come to us and say, hey, we need a day off or a few hours. Maybe that's the better way to handle this, rather than trying to set up some days off or whatever. I guess I like some input on that. Rather, let them make that decision if they need a day off or time off. Thank you.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the commission. So the contracts, and I know during my contract negotiation, I also advocated for holidays or paid time off options and such. So all of staff contracts follow the same template, which they are silent on that topic. So a contract addendum is necessary. Sue's got me using the wrong word. A contract amendment is necessary under section 6.9 of staff employment contracts. And the other thing I would want to highlight is that you currently have a combination of salaried employees and hourly employees. So it would also be a decision of if the commission or if the recommendations are going to be brought forward from staff for those two different categories. But I think that the accrual method or whatever recommendations are brought can be clearly reflected in an amendment that would enable the staff to have that time and the commission to achieve its goal of granting that accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. I'm so sorry, Commissioner Curry.
Thank you. I think that if we're going to give any time off, it should be where they could have some kind of assistant to take over. It should be pre-planned and give them time off. But it should be pre-planned where they have an assistant or somebody that can step in for them that is adequate enough to do their job or adequate enough to hold the job down until they come back. But I think all of our staff needs a vacation, and that if they can get somebody to hold their job down, that would be perfectly fine.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Lang, and then Commissioner Clark.
I just want to comment on Richard's. After listening to everybody, I'm leaning more towards Richard's idea. If you need time off, you ask. These doing addendums to contracts, which the contracts were agreed upon and signed. I'm not saying nobody needs time off, but I think that we've been generous. I mean, if somebody needs it off, they've been able to take it off. And I understand they work long hours and they work very hard. Like I said, I've had conversations with Julianne about that and told her myself, but to change contracts at this stage in the game, I think it should just be, if they need time off, they just bring it forth to the commission, we approve it, and they plan it out the best they can for the times when hopefully we're not super engrossed in the work and really need them. But, and then my other question would be, because I'm hearing a lot about extra staff. I know we just hired on an administrative assistant, and I would have a hard time giving vacation time to an administrative assistant that just started. And then I'm kind of curious about the update about the legal aid. I know we had approved for Julianne to get some help with the legal aid to come in from a company or something. So I'm kind of curious what the status is of that. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. We'll wait to see if General Counsel has an update about that, but General Clark.
General Clark.
Good morning,
Is
Commissioner
name,
Clark. General Clark, that's your new name, Commissioner Clark.
Okay. I appreciate it. I disagree with what Richard said. I don't think they should come to us and get permission to take time off. It's personal time off. I think it should be accrued. But anyways, what I would like to do is put a motion forward to table this discussion until the staff comes back with recommendations next week. And then we'll further the discussion at that point.
I second.
Yeah, just quick.
Okay, I have a motion to table this topic until next week. And then I have a motion from Commissioner Clark and a second from Commissioner Orton. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Vice Chair Zatella?
Yeah, it's not really on the motion. I just wanted to make a comment about the concept of us having people come to us to ask for time off. I mean, that's just the level of micromanagement that I don't want with our staff. I want our staff to be able to arrange that between themselves when they have, personal things they need to take care of, or doctor's appointments or so on and so forth. I just think it's not an efficient use of our time to have to be having every time someone wants to take a time off of our many staff members to have to come before the commission and get a vote. I just think that, and it's not going to work in emergency situations anyway, or short notice situations anyway. All right. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zatella. All those in favor of tabling this until staff comes back with proposed dates for consideration of time off, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. The motion carries, and we'll anxiously await to see what staff proposes.
Madam Chair?
General Counsel, yes.
For clarity, I think the original motion was postpone the line item. I know that General Clark likes to say table.
Yes.
But that the original motion was postpone the line item to next week. And I believe when you called the result, it was, or excuse me, when you reiterated the motion, it was to postpone the line item until staff comes back with the recommendation. So I think the clarity would be that the original motion that was moved and discussed was to postpone this line item until next week's agenda.
With staff input. Okay. Do we need to restate that then?
Yeah, I just wanted it clear, clear for the record.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm like, I don't. All right. Thank you, General Counsel. Okay. Do you want to? Okay, I'm gonna. Executive Director Hammersmith wants to answer your question, Commissioner Lang, and then Commissioner Wagner. I see your hand.
Commissioner Lang had asked about getting legal assistance, temporary legal assistance for Julianne. I believe that proposal was put out twice and we didn't get any bids on that. So then we went with just the litigation counsel that is out for bids, and those bids are due this week, I believe on the 29th.
General Counsel.
And I will definitely add to that, much like the communications and outreach director and executive director, that I was intending to come to the commission to ask for a accommodation such as they've received with Kristen Taylor and other individuals. So through a group such as Robert Half Legal or another established entity that we were hoping would bid on that RFP. So we're hoping to move forward with that as well.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Lang, is that sufficient for the moment? Okay. Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you, Chair Kellum. I just wanted to make a comment that we are their employers and our staff are very intelligent people. And we have already had one staff already take personal time and we handled that quite well. I think notifying the commission would be a good idea. And that I think they can work their time off between themselves. I think Julianne pitched in for Executive Director Hammersmith when she needed time off. So I think we can manage this without all the hoopla and pomp and circumstance. That was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. I'm of the opinion that we don't need to micromanage, but I'll wait to see what happens next week. Any other thoughts? Oh, General Counsel.
But I just did want to reiterate again that that our contracts are currently silent. So it would just be a contract amendment similar to the appendix that was attached to the EDS contract, where it's just a separate sheet of paper for whatever, if any, terms or accommodations were made. So the staff would be unable to engage in that without those amendments to our contracts because they don't speak to that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next item on the agenda, but there are no minutes to approve at this time, so we'll move to staff reports. Director Hammersmith provided a report yesterday and today. Without objection, I will ask General Counsel Julianne Pastula to provide a staff report.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I also had the opportunity to provide an update yesterday, so I have nothing to state on the record today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Counsel. Without objection, I will ask Communications and Outreach Director Edward Woods III to provide a staff report. Hearing no objection, please provide your report, Director Woods III.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just at 1 o'clock today, we would just like to present Kristen Taylor with a certificate. She'll be able to come here for her work that she did. And so just wanted to alert the commission on that. And also want to bring back a proposal once we have our budget updated for June 30th with regards to some things that we can do to fill in some gaps for the communication plan to increase awareness and engagement, but also looking forward to doing a documentary of the commission to making sure that that happens and that we have an accurate story. Earlier this week, I mentioned that we did not have clips, but I did share with the commission that we do have an increase in national press in terms of awareness. And so the PBS NewsHour is coming August 19th. So just when I gave you the date of the 5th or the 19th, but it's the 19th of August. So just wanted to make sure that you're aware. We're working on the details on how that will take place. We've heard from Reuters. You already know about the NBC National article. I've reached out to the Brennan Center. They're a research firm, so hoping to hear back from them. But do know that all eyes, as they say, are on Michigan, but particularly on the 13 of you because there's a belief that if Michigan can get this right, this could be a model for the nation to follow as relates to Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. So kudos to each and every one of you for the outstanding work that you're doing. Thank you so much for taking my request to speak. There's more coming. And so just continue to say yes, and we're greatly appreciative. But knowing that self-care is important, obviously we'll balance, but the presentations are coming in still virtual. So just so you know, but as well as in person. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and continued thanks for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward Woods III, our Communications and Outreach Director. Are there any comments or questions for Edward? Commissioner Lang.
Actually, I have two. And Edward, I don't know if you've had a chance to see this week's MGGG report that was sent, the weekly one for communities of interest and how the online tool is going. Have you had a chance to see that?
Yes, I'll pull it up right now. Hold on.
Okay. Once you pull it up, if you would look at page 12, that's what I'm going to reference.
That would be the last page, correct?
It's the one, the COI coverage maps.
Yes.
Okay. Are you seeing the big blank areas where there's been basically no input? I'm looking at it. I actually highlighted it. I don't know if you guys can see the yellow. I have a concern that the outreach is not reaching these areas as well as we should. So I'm hoping we can come up with a plan, or maybe you already have a plan to reach these areas that haven't been putting in input. Specifically, if you look at the bottom left-hand one, this one strikes me really big time, I guess you would say, because it consists of Mason Lake, Osceola, Clare, Newaygo, and Mecosta. That's my area. That's where I live. So I'm kind of curious if there's a plan and action now that we have this data that kind of summarizes where we're getting input from to reach out to those communities that we're not.
We're putting a plan together, Commissioner Lang, once we understand where our numbers are. As you know, we did cut back a little bit on our video production. And so trying to make sure that we have adequate funds. But yes, there's a plan in place to fill in the gaps of our communication and outreach plan to ensure that everyone can participate while they're submitting public comments, submitting maps, or submitting communities of interest.
Okay. And then my second one, I just want to go on the record as saying I am very much against doing a documentary and using taxpayer money to do a documentary. And I just want to go on record as saying that I don't feel that it furthers the job of this commission, which our goal is to draw fair lines. And I don't see how that helps us do our job. And so I just want to be on the record as saying I am very, very much against using taxpayer funds to do a documentary about this commission. And that's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Woods, for all of your hard work. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. And I appreciate your comments and feedback. But let's be clear, the documentary is not to feature the commission, but is to actually document its work and its process so that others may learn and glean from that as a best practice model. The commission has done a tremendous job with regards to public speaking, with regards to engagement and reaching out. You yourself did a great job last week in terms of outreach. There's different things that are happening to ensure that our communications and outreach becomes second to none and doesn't rest on its laurels. You would be amazed about some of the reporters' comments that have taken place. Sergio from Bridge, Michigan was in Utah last week and shared how all eyes are on Michigan and what they're doing and how they can make a difference. Michigan is the only state in the country where the communities of interest reflect the state's diversity, and communities of interest is the third ranked criteria. So I just want to make sure I'm clear, and maybe you do understand, but for the record, that this is not a documentary highlighting the commission. It's a documentary highlighting the work of the commission and how it could possibly be replicated as a best practice. As you remember, when I interviewed for this position, not only did we talk about the historical nature, but we also talked about the commission being a best practice and a model to follow. And that should not be lost for other states to consider. And I just want to highlight not only your work, but the work of your 12 colleagues in terms of everything that's going into this process to make it successful. So once again, this is not about individual people. It is about the work of the commission and documenting it, because it's going to be researched. It's going to be analyzed by think tanks for dissertations and what have you. So I think it's important that we capture it. Having said that, the documentary is not going to be a rah, rah, rah of the commission. There will be contrary voices. It will be balanced. It will be fair. You will see that with the PBS Newswatch. When I talked to the gentleman, he wanted to know who was supporting us and who wasn't supporting us so that they could give a balanced interview. So this will not be a biased documentary, a root cheering documentary, but one of integrity and transparency that speaks to the work of the commission and the fine job each and every one of you have done to ensure fair and transparent maps with citizen input.
Thank you so much, Edward was the third. Commissioner Clark, if you don't mind, I'm going to let Sarah Reinhardt, our Michigan Department of State staff, jump in really quickly. Thank you. Sarah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, commissioners. I just wanted to speak to Commissioner Lang's point about filling in the maps that are on the most recent MGG report, MGGG report. Sorry, lost the G there. Certainly, I acknowledge the importance of ensuring that all communities of interest submit public comment through the portal and draw the geographic area of their community of interest. And, our goal and hope is to have this entire map filled with lovely colors, so there are no blank or white spaces. And we continue to do outreach to individuals who have submitted written public comment talking about many of these areas, encouraging them to come in and draw their maps. But the one thing I just did want to point out about the map that Commissioner Lang was referring to is that this is a representation of only about 130 public comments in the public comment portal. As we mentioned before, there's close to about 1,300 public comment submissions in the portal right now, and only about 130 of those are mapped COIs, which is what this map represents. So while there may be some blank spaces on this graphic, there's certainly plenty of commentary about many of these areas in the public comment portal via written submissions. And you may have also received many public commentary about these areas as well through verbal comments that we've received at some of our hearings. So certainly, while we're encouraging members of the public in these areas to help us fill in these blank areas with COI maps, there's also a wealth of public comment out there addressing some of these areas as well. So I just wanted to address that point, Commissioner Lang, that although we're still encouraging folks to come out and draw maps there, we have heard from several members of the public from these areas and continue to do outreach there to encourage more.
Thank you, MDOS, for that information. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Thank you for the promotion from general to commissioner.
You're welcome.
I want to ask something of Edward. Could you come back to us in, I don't know, next month or so, and give us an outline of what's going to be in this documentary, so we understand all the subjects that are going to be discussed, and maybe a brief overview of who's going to do the work. And I believe the funding is already taken care of in the budget, but if you could get us a lot more detail on that, I would appreciate it. I think it's a good idea, and that we're promoting our work. And I think it's, will do a lot of really good publicity work for the state of Michigan. So I support it at this point, but I'd like to get more detail at some point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
Yes, Commissioner Clark, that will be a part of the process. And so when we authorize the funding for the documentary, the statement of work will include all the information that you just requested.
Anything else for our communications and outreach director? All right, without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State to provide a report if she has one. Hearing
Hello,
no objection, please proceed, Mrs. Reinhardt.
Thank you. I have no update.
Well, it's a great intro. Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to correspondence, but there's no correspondence to discuss today. And next on our agenda is some actual mapping with Kim Brace. Commissioners, do we need? Okay, that is what I was intuiting. Without objection, we'll now recess for 15 minutes.
Sure.
Okay. Hearing no objections, we'll stand in recess until, what do we think? It's 9:57, 10:15. Okay. 10:15. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 10:18 a.m. Will the Secretary or Michigan Department of State staff, please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. As always, if you're attending remotely, please announce where you are physically attending from. Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Ede.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches. 12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Michigan Department of State staff. At this time, we're continuing with our agenda. We are at determining geographic regions with which to begin mapping. And this process will be led, or this part of our agenda will be led by Kim Brace. And Kim Brace, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is Kim Brace with Election Data Services. We're happy to be here once again. I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege to cite two stories to you. You'll discover that I am one that is heavily interested in history, but I wanted to give you some history on the redistricting front. And the reason why your discussion this morning was so important regarding people's health. Back in 1990, I was consultant to Florida's redistricting task force and commission and staff that they had, and became good friends with the staff director. His name was George Meyer. George did some very innovative things in redistricting. One of the most intriguing things is that with his staff, he created, or he had created a wooden block in the form of the state of Florida, where you had little cutout pieces of every county in Florida. And the requirement for staff was to put together the state of Florida, all the counties, and he would time them. Obviously, at the beginning of their efforts, they took a while to put together the state in terms of these cutouts. But over time, they became very much more aware of where each county was and the names. He was able to take the names off of the counties, and just by shape, could people put together the state of Florida. It was an intriguing effort to make sure that people understood what Florida was made of. It'll be intriguing if somebody tries to do that with Michigan, because you have so many square counties in that regard, but you will become much more familiar with them. I point out this story about George because George did this for the 1990 round of redistricting for the state of Florida. He ended up retiring later on that decade and went out on his own. And in the 2000 round of redistricting, was a consultant around the country. He was consultant to New York City's redistricting commission. And unfortunately, because he did not take care of himself, he ended up passing away with his hands on the mouse, helping New York City do their redistricting. We don't want to see that happen to other people. So by all means, take care of your health. That's the most important thing. Other people have cited that there was a NCSL conference, state legislatures conference last week in Utah. I attended that. We had over 480 people that were at this conference. About 75% of them were what we called newbies. They had never done this before. So it was a great learning experience and taught by a number of us elders on that front. Unfortunately, one of those elders was there last week on Thursday when we all broke up. He went back to Louisiana, and Glenn Kemp, the Secretary of State, passed away this Monday. So there, I mean, he was old like all of us, but just take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. So with that personal privilege, what we're here today to talk about is the various things that are possible. And we're going to run some sessions as it relates to map drawing. What we've designed, and we've cleared it with Sue in terms of the process. We're going to end up starting off today drawing regions. We've talked about regions. I had introduced the concept of the jergs, if you recall. They are in essence regions. What I thought we would do is use the development of regions and let people participate in this process and design the regions. Let several people design the region. So what I want to do is show some of the software, use the region building process as a training tool so that people understand how some of the software can work. I asked Sue to send links to 3 of the more technically inclined individuals, General Clark himself, there, as well as Anthony and MC, to be our guinea pigs in this session. But we'll let everybody do it as it goes on. What we're going to do is I want to start off and show you the software that is the My Districting piece. This is the public interface software, and we're going to use that for right now to draw these regions. It's something that we can do because it is a web-based system. It's not a piece of software that you install. As Sue has mentioned to you, we're still in the process of getting okayed in terms of installing the more robust Autobound Edge onto each of your notebooks. And so hopefully that will come about so that we can have that for you next week and do another more extensive training on that side next week. But we got to get past all these mechanics of getting the software installed on your machines, and that's delayed things a little bit. So we thought we'd start off with this My Districting because we don't have to worry about that sort of thing. It is web-based. It is something that we will put up on your website so that anybody and everybody in the state of Michigan can come on board and draw their own boundaries and draw their own concepts of districts. We're going to use the creation of regions today to kind of introduce this concept to everybody and how the software can work. So that is the general goal. We want to do regions today, and we're in the process of finishing up the database that will work with the more extensive Autobound Edge system and getting that so that that could be something that we're envisioning being able to do demonstrations on next week for you and have everybody being able to use next week to be able to start doing line drawing yourself with the software on your system to experiment and see how that operates also. So that is what the goal is for today. The other piece of the goal is that we're going to try to get everybody signed up into this software, the My Districting software. And then the task for each of you as commissioners is to go forward over the weekend and first part of next week and experiment. Draw your own kind of regional areas of the state, which you think, so that we can next Thursday at your meeting review everything with everybody and see how people were able to deal with the software. So Doug, I see you've got a question.
I do, Kim. I had an internet connection problem, so I missed a little bit what you said. So I hope I don't repeat anything. But is the objective today to solidify our regions and cast them in stone, or is it just a practice putting them together?
Today is really practice putting them together, because I want to let everybody have a hand at this over the weekend and first part of next week, so that we can next Thursday come back and kind of look towards solidifying everyone's ideas and maybe come up with 2 different regional, concepts or plans and that sort of thing. So today is really just demonstration and how the software functions and works, and not necessarily to settle on something. I'm going to call on a couple of you guys to be the guinea pigs today as this process goes forward. But we will all be able to be guinea pigs over this next week, so that then we can come together next Thursday and kind of talk about what makes sense regionally in the state. Because what we will also do then as part of next week's exercise, after we kind of ultimately kind of finalize on where we stand on regions, we're going to put together within Audubon Edge an experimental redistricting process. We're going to take a region of the state and segment that off as something that we can call the state of region X or Y. And we'll end up taking the populations that are there and create, say that this state allows for 19, 21, whatever number we come up with, districts to be drawn. And we'll do that as part of using Audubon Edge next week in doing that, so that you start seeing the more extensive capabilities of the Edge product as opposed to the My Districting. But you start understanding how some of that comes together. We're going to also ask you, as part of your homework assignment for this coming week, is to start looking at some of the comments that people have put into place, particularly that in the area that we're creating as the subset of the state, so that you can start saying, as we get into this region, hey, we've got this comments over here, how we should put together the townships together, or don't, or split them apart, whatever the case may be. So we want you to be able to look at what the comments are that you've gotten back as we're doing this practicing session. This is not, drawing the number of state house or state senate districts in this particular region as of yet. We want to do it as keeping apart this from redistricting itself to really education and testing and seeing how things work, so that each of you get the experience that will be necessary as we do get into the line drawing of the state house and the state senate, and ultimately the congressional districts on that side. So that's a long-winded answer to your question, Doug, but that's what our goal is to try to give some of the training background, use it as experiments, let people see how it operates. And it'll be, live before everybody, because that's the great experiment that you guys are doing, is doing this all live. Any other questions before we begin? Nope.
No
All right.
questions.
All right. Thank you there. Okay, so I'm going to end up sharing my screen so that you can see what we're going to be looking at. And let me get everything set here. Okay. Can everybody see my screen that's got my browser up? It's got pictures of.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay,
Mr.
good.
Brace.
Great. So what this is this is the My Districting software. And it has two different component pieces to it. There is a administrative piece that lets people really kind of control behind the scenes and take a look at where things are and set things up. And there's a user side of the screens where the users would end up having a dashboard that has message board on it. If there's messages for the users, it has a plan manager system where the plans that you create are shown and listed. And then it's got a plan editor function where you can draw districts based on different things. So this is just some early experiments in terms of getting that together as a plan. So the system ends up letting the user draw districts on that side and create districts. And so that's what we're going to do today as it relates to the user side of things. As I mentioned, also on the administrative side, the administrator ends up having a more complete look at where things stand. We would envision the administrator of this be both myself as well as our staff, but also Sue from the standpoint of your staff, to be able to see what's coming in, because part of what comes in is not only the users and being able to verify, and we'll do that with each of you so that you'll become users on this and adding that on that side so we know who is in on the system. The public will be listed here too. Whoever is signing up in the system will show up here as users. The plan manager side of things, these are the various regions or plans that are being created in the system. They're utilizing what the system calls plan types. So we've set up the congressional, state house, state senate as plan types in that regard, and a plan type of jerks. So that'll be our regionals that we're going to be creating on that side. But these plan types are have been set up here within the system so that we can draw, or people can draw, any of these three types of districts on that side. It does have a community of interest component. We're still working with Moon to see how we can get her communities of interest into this system. And so we're waiting for that kind of plan and effort. It also has the capability of keeping track of when a plan that goes live for everybody to review. They have the capability of putting comments on that plan. And those comments will be part of this administrative side of things to see those, and they'll end up being viewable by the public also, of comments that you could attach to a plan or a given area of a plan on that side. So that's all part of the administrative side of the My Districting system. And the user side of my districting. User side is more focused on just the plan itself and creating and mapping that plan in that sense. So that's the kinds of major functionalities that there are in my district. The Audubon Edge system has a lot more things. So this is kind of a user portal into the whole operation and using my districting, which is again a web-based system as opposed to a desktop system like Audubon Edge is. So that's kind of a big overview. Are there questions on the big overview side of things? Rhonda, go ahead.
Just real quick for clarification, you were going over the administrative side. When you said that comments would be put on it and the administrator would be able to see it, will the commission as users be able to see comments?
We will end up ultimately putting all of you as commissioners also being a user account so that, yes, you'll be able to sign on that way and see all the comments and the COIs and that sort of thing. Right now, we're going to have you come on as a user so that you can see how it's used to draw. But yes, my envision is that each of you would become a administrator so that you can see what all these comments are and plans when they're approved. I say approved, what the system does is that lets you draw the plan yourself as a user. Nobody at that point in time really sees what your plan is. That is your plan as a user, as a member of the commission, or as the public. They can draw their plan, and when they get to a point where they are satisfied and they want it to be viewable and have other people do that, they have the capability, which I'll show you, of being able to finalize the plan. The effect of that is that it gets logged into the system as the plan that then is viewable by anybody on the system. So that's when your concept or your plan, quote unquote, is then viewable by it and by anybody on the system. And that will ultimately, those plans would be posted into the users. This again is this user dashboard in the user's plan manager. So as you come up with, concepts, or the public comes up with concepts that they want to show everybody, this would show up both in the plan manager side as well as in the administrator's plan manager side. Okay. So you kind of see how things kind of migrate together and work together on that side. Does that satisfy you, Rhonda? Great. Okay. Any other questions?
No questions, Kim.
All right, good. Okay, I also have Ryan Taylor of my staff on this call so that if there's things that he wants to add in or provide me directions, that's what you may see him coming in for also in that regard. So what I want to do is I want to start off by letting somebody come on and designate themselves as a user. I have sent to Sue a link, and I asked her to send that link to Doug, to MC, and to Anthony, so that you guys could end up coming on. And the goal would be, at least on my side, is make use of the Zoom capability. And I see that MC has come on with his machine. I don't see Anthony yet. And Doug, I don't know if you linked into the Zoom session with that separate one off of your computer. That's the goal, so that we could see on your machine and help direct you to become a user. So it's not the link that I'm sending to you that Sue is, but the link from Sarah in getting your computer onto Zoom. Doug, you've got video on yours. MC, I see you. I'm assuming that's your computer as opposed to, because MC, you're in the auditorium there.
Yeah, I just hit the link. So it brings me a login screen.
Okay, don't go any further.
Okay.
That's the login for what we want to ultimately do, but we want to see your computer. So
You want me to share it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Got you. Can you see that?
Yep, I can see that. Great. Okay. So this is the login screen that a user would see when they first come on. And the link that I had sent to Sue, that she sent to Doug and to MC and to Anthony, this is the link to the system we've set up for the state of Michigan on the My Districting system. And this is what appears when they first click that link. As I said, we will put that link up on the commission's page so that the general public could click on this and come in and sign up and draw and use the My Districting system. So that's kind of the goal, is that this link would live on your guys' page somewhere. We'll have to see where we want to put that, so that then the users could come into the system and use it to draw district configuration concepts. Okay. So when the user comes on, it's asking for an email address and a password. Well, obviously the first time they do this, they don't have an account. And so that's where, go ahead, Doug, and click on register to set up the account. So this is the account that you want to set up. And it looks like you've got, yep. There you go. Good. All right.
Oops. I messed up.
Yep. That's
okay.
that happens many a time. So yeah, whatever. And then you select, each user selects whatever password they want to utilize. Keep in mind that this is internal to you, and you need to remember that password. So on that side. So now what happens is, wait a minute, hold on. What happens is there's a verification phase that happens. It gets sent to your email address that you've used here. This way we can ultimately make sure that we don't get Russian bots or that sort of thing with fake email addresses coming on. It's a mechanism to help verify that you are really you, and that you're doing this as opposed to some macro sitting up and signing up for everything someplace else. So that's go ahead and close that. This is the verification link.
You want me to close it?
Yep, go ahead. And what that does then is it sends an email to your email box, the clarkd32@michigan.gov. and it asks you to verify that it is you.
So you want me to do that?
Yes. Yep. Now, Doug, before you go any further, let me share my screen because I want you to see what I'm seeing, because I see that you've signed on that side. So if
Yeah,
you
I've got the email. I've got the email open, but I haven't clicked the link.
okay, good, because I don't want you to. I want to show you what's going to happen. So go ahead and unshare your screen so that then I can share my screen again. Okay, I'm going to now show you what I'm seeing on my screen. All right, can everybody see this now?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Can you all, I'm sorry, maximize your screens? It's easy to see, but just hit that. Yep, you got it. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I meant to do that. I apologize. Okay, so here I am as the administrator. I've seen that Doug, as well as MC and Anthony, have come on to look to be a user. Now, Anthony has gone one step further. He's verified himself. So he has responded to that email and said that he is legitimately him. And so he becomes in the system a verified user. Doug has not said that he is verified. So we have two capabilities. The email that you've been sent, that's your way of verifying, just like what Anthony did, or the administrator here, if there's any kind of problems, I could end up verifying that it's you on that regard. But go ahead, Doug, and verify yourself off of the email.
I got to get to it. Okay, oops. Yeah, I've clicked it. I've clicked the link.
Okay, so what I need to do on my side, in order to see what Doug has done, I need to refresh this screen. And there we see that Doug has been verified. And MC has verified himself also. So this is how we know that you guys are legitimate. You've responded to that email that was sent to you, and you've become a verified user in the My Districting system. As I said, we'll probably have a whole bunch of people. Certainly by the time we get you guys through this in this next week, all of you will become verified users of the system. And then it'll be opened up to other individuals, public individuals, on being able to be a verified user. This again is a user on the My Districting system. It's not a user yet on the Audubon Edge system, okay? But this is just how we can let people and the general public utilize this. So all three of you guys are now verified users. I can look at the if there's any issues with any of you signing up. If we need to reset the password, the administrator has that capability. If you set up a different password from everything else you use and you forget it, I can go in here and reset it on that side. And Sue would be able to do the same if we've got people that are saying, oh crap, I can't remember what it is that I signed, what password I use. So all of that is capable. I could also ending up going in and editing. And basically this is where editing a user is where you have the capability. Right now, we're going to keep you as a user, but ultimately we'll be able to flip you to also be the administrator. Okay. So that's how we'll end up graduating you guys from a user up to an administrator, so that you can end up seeing the plans that are coming in and communities of interest and that sort of thing. So that's how that operation takes place. Again, within this administrative side of things with my district. So now let's go over to plans. And Doug, if you want to be our guinea pig again, I'm going to give you back control of the screen. So let me stop share on mine.
Okay.
And go ahead and log back in to share your screen.
Is that what you want to see?
Yep, that's what I want to see. Exactly. So this is the user side of things. You'll see that Doug Clark is the user here in the upper left-hand side, so that you know where we are. You have become a ultimately you'll become a user down in here too, but we do have you into the system because it's logging you in with that part of the screen up in the upper left. So you are in dashboard right now. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to look at, first off, the plans. So go down to Plan Manager. And right now there is nothing because you haven't created a plan. In this system, there is a way of importing a plan, which ultimately we'll end up doing. But right now we want to create a plan. We'll import a plan when we get to the stage of, making modifications on existing districts or creating a whole new plan, which is what, we've heard a lot from the public also of just scrapping it. So this will be the mechanism that one could do that. Again, users would have that capability if they wanted to start from the existing state senate district and use that to draw and modify for their area. That's a way of dealing with it. And so they can start with something and draw off of that, or they can start from blank, and that would be create plan. So that's what this screen lets the user do. So go ahead, Doug, and say create plan. Okay, this is where you get to name that plan. So Doug, whatever name you want to give to this plan.
This is a test plan?
Yep.
Okay.
So you could say Doug's test 1, or put your name in there so that we, I'm sure we're going to have test plan, lots of them. So make this individual. So.
Okay. Do you normally put the name at the beginning or the end?
It doesn't make any difference. It's where the sort would take place. So.
Yeah, I want all the tests to come together.
Yeah. Okay. Good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Whatever description you want to give it. You've got space there to. Okay, now plan type. This is where, go ahead and click. You'll see then these 4 scenarios, these 4 plan types that we had identified before: Congressional, State House, State Senate, and JERG. So you want to select JERG.
Okay, so I select region. Okay, JERG. Yeah.
Right. And right now it is set up to be JERG's setting up for 9 districts.
Can I change that, or is it?
That's what I'm not sure. We're experimenting as much as you are too. So see if you can change 9 to.
No, I can't edit that.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure. I didn't think you could. That does bring into play something that we had discovered also yesterday, is when we set up the plan type with JERGs, we initially set it up with 9 districts. What we can do is we can set up a plan type of JERGs-10 or JERGs-11, or any other different plan types. So we could you could select how many districts in that way. That would be a process of selecting the plan type, so that we'll have multiple JERG plan types on a number of regions. Once that plan is set in terms of how many districts, it is set. Okay. So we'll need to, if we want to give people the capability over this next week of looking at different number of JERGs or regions that they want to set up, we'll need to set up as additional plan types. Okay. So you've checked off the start with a blank plan, which is what we want to do. So go ahead and hit submit. And so now it is setting up and showing that you in the plan manager have set up to create this plan. Now, give me back control, because I want to flip back to what I'm seeing here so you understand what the administrator sees. And let me go back into share of that. So I'm back in the administrator, and we know this was what we've seen before with the plan, with the users, but the plan manager, we click on there and we see that Doug's plan is getting logged in, okay, as the administrator of the system. So we know that Doug is there starting with his plan. Now we could, once he approves his plan, then we can end up seeing that on here. He's editing right now. And I'm not sure whether or not I can end up opening the plan. I don't want to do that yet, but certainly until you say that you want to let everybody see it, that's what we're looking at as being the test. We know that you're in there creating a plan, but we don't really see what you're drawing yet in that regard. So that's what the administrator will end up seeing in this regard. Now, one other component that's here as an administrator is the showing what's possible in terms of creating a plan. So you see on my screen, we can set up a threshold on what's the percent deviation range that's acceptable. We can enable that. So this is set up for 5% above, 5% below. So you could end up, if you wanted to set up another plan that would have a different deviation range, that could be set up in the administrator on that side. These other 2 buttons are kind of important to realize what is taking place. This is again set by the administrator of the system. And the first set of buttons is kind of a control of what plans are being submitted. And the system will allow you to verify a plan. And only once a plan has been verified does it become an official plan. And so that invalid plan is potentially somebody that has not drawn the entire state, for example. If you wanted to restrict that as one of the validation processes, that everything has to be assigned and no duplicate assignments, kind of a verification. Right now, we're going to allow submissions from invalid plans with a warning in this instance. That way, if indeed Doug only wants to create JERGs for the upper part of Michigan, and that's his whole goal, is to just do that. The rest of the state, downstate, is not put into his regions. By hitting this button here, when he goes to submit, it would come back and say, hey, you've got unassigned. If we've got this button here clicked, that is okay. You could come in with a plan that's got less than the entire state assigned, in essence. So that's what controls a plan submittal in that regard. The other plan editor type function is also important from everybody understanding what happens. There are two major functions in creating a plan. One is selecting what layers you're going to select with and how you could switch back and forth between layers. And we're going to keep this right now on option B, which basically says that when we look at these plans, you'll see you have a drop-down menu that you set when you want to start drawing plans of what layers do you want to use for selection. Counties, townships, precincts, and census blocks are the default characteristics or default geography to use to create a plan. And so by having option B there, that drop-down menu is what controls. If we were to go to option A, suddenly you start seeing what's called the ungrouping and regrouping process taking place. That's a little bit harder to explain and to understand. So for right now, we're keeping this on option B as the option for selecting and selecting which layers you want. So, so that's what takes place behind the scenes in terms of setup and how it would appear for people. Again, you know, we've already talked about the plan types on that side, but this is what takes place within the plan manager. Again, from the administrator user standpoint, the administrator's capability. So, so Doug is properly logged in with his plan. He's going to create the JERGs with 9 districts. So Doug, I'm going to give it back to you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, give it back to you so we can see what you see as a user. Okay, so this is Doug's screen, and for his plan and for this plan that he wants to create. So go ahead and open the plan, Doug. Yep. Okay, what this does is it kicks off the plan. And it's set to for the state of Michigan. And let me show you a couple of component pieces of what this is. If you want to expand your screen, Doug, so that we see it, yeah, that button there. Okay, that's better. Good. Okay, so what Doug is seeing on his screen is what any user will end up seeing. That will be a map on the top part And on the bottom is a spreadsheet. That spreadsheet changes characteristics, changes population counts as you draw. On the left-hand side, it's the plan overview. And so that is where it highlights, as you start creating a plan, what is the highest and the lowest population deviation, so that you can start seeing, are you building it within the tolerance that ultimately you want to do. Now, for our purposes today, we're creating regions that don't matter what the population is. You'll see it as we create it, but we don't care to get things within 5% or 10%, okay, in these regional plans, because what we're trying to do is validate or create a regions without regard to the number of people there. So that's important to recognize in this regional plan that we're creating. So it will, when Doug gets finished, will, show probably a wide deviation range with regions. That's fine. We don't care about that in that regard. So what happened, and then so on the bottom of the screen is your spreadsheet, and you select the district number that you want to, and that's what you end up starting. So we're going to start with District 1. You need to select the color that will trigger. Okay, and you see how that changed, and it lets you set the color of that district. That's fine, purple. And it switched the bar on from being the unassigned, which was what it was before, now to District 1. Okay, stop there. What we'll do is let me look at the other parts of the screen so you can see what's going to happen. So first off, what Doug wants to do is he'll want to use what level he wants to deal with. So Doug, next to your name, it says select assignment area. Yep. So this is where you see what I had just been talking to you about. Whole counties can be assigned, whole townships can be assigned, precincts could be assigned, or down to census blocks. That's the 4 tiers of geography that we have available within this right now, where we want to go and work with. So Doug, go ahead and select counties, because we want to do these regions on the basis of whole counties.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I change that later if I wanted?
Yes, and I'll show you that too. But right now, we're going to try to do regions on the basis of whole counties. Certainly, when you get down to starting to draw districts, you're going to select, whichever region you want to start playing with the deviations, and you'll be down at the block level in no time on that regard. But for right now, we're going to stay at the county level for purposes of this exercise. Now, let me explain a couple more things on this screen. In the upper right-hand side, you have map scale. That's important to recognize. Right now, this is scaled to a 5. That's the zoom level, not styles, the blue bar down below.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got the pictures in front of me.
Okay, well, all right. I'm not seeing the pictures, so go ahead and do map styles, and I'll show you what.
I got map. I moved the pictures. Okay. Map zoom scale.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're at the zoom where you're going to see the counties. Okay. You can end up going down to different layers as you zoom in, being zoomed in with either the plus or minus button on the left-hand side, or select from map scale what is kind of a preset. So counties are set up as a zoom level of 5, but you see townships are a zoom level of 11, and precincts are also at 13 and then census blocks to get down there, your zoom level is going to be at 15. So you're going to end up, in order to see the census blocks, you got to be zoomed in real far, okay? It's not going to put census blocks on a whole statewide map because it would be there drawing those boundaries for God knows how long on that regard. So it's governed by what zoom level you're in on and what you can see. So the map zoom scale is important to comprehend what it's doing. And in the system, that's what's giving you the capability of seeing the different levels of geography that can be assigned to a district in that regard. All right, Doug, why don't you click up on where it says map or satellite? Click on satellite. So what that does for the user is do a different background, okay? So you can end up, the user can look at either just the map without a background or satellite images if they wanted to see, you know, where is that church I want to put into my district I'm trying to create. You can use the satellite view as a way of seeing that kind of capability on that regard. All right, go up to map styles. Okay, this is different ways of looking at the data. So right now we're at default. Go to night. So you see the different views that you have. Go to retro. You know, you're not seeing satellite imagery, you're seeing kind of an image of a highway map. As you zoom in, you'd see more detail. So why don't you, we'll keep it on retro, and Doug, go over to the lower left-hand side with the plus and minus button. You see in the lower left, that's the within the map, sorry.
Oh, within the map, okay.
Yeah.
What do you want me to hit?
Hit plus. So that's going to zoom you in. Go ahead and hit plus again.
Okay.
That's going to zoom you in closer. Now, notice the county boundaries are there. So we are now at zoom level 7. Just look back over on the right-hand side. You'll see that you're at zoom level 7, what you're looking at right now. Go ahead and zoom one more time.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So now you're at zoom level 8.
Okay.
Click another time. That's 9. Click once more. All right. You want to move the map. You can click on any part of the map and just kind of drag it.
Okay.
Okay.
Drag it out.
Yep.
Okay.
So you have the capability of mapping and, you know, seeing anywhere in. So let's stay up here in Traverse City area and zoom. So you're at 10. Now zoom in one more time. And you're now at 11. Aha, I've got new pieces of geography. So at zoom 11, you start seeing the townships, okay? And while it says, this is what you need to keep in mind, you can zoom down in and you can see the township boundaries. But right now, your assignment level is the county. So while you could see the townships here, you're not really selecting townships unless you drop down that box that we looked at before to the township level. But let me show you what happens. So Doug, go ahead, and you're set to assign to District 1, and you can see the townships, but keep it at the county assignment level. So go, yep, that's fine. So right now, let's go to, okay, you see the warning that came up?
Yeah.
Your assignment failed because you're at the county level and you're down attempting to assign at the township level. Okay. So you can, while you're doing it, Doug, go ahead and change that box assignment in the bottom next to your name to be township level as opposed to county.
What box?
Where it says county's largest, that drop down box that we had set before, we set it to counties. I want to change it to townships.
Doug, near the bottom in the white space.
Yeah, in the white space next
Oh,
to
down here.
Nope, up above, right there.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
I
So
got it. Thank you,
Yep.
Brittany.
So
Yeah.
change that.
No
to,
problem, General.
change that to townships.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now, when you click on a township, you should be able to assign it.
So let me get this. Okay.
Okay. Now you are selecting that piece of geography or that township
Correct.
to go into this district. Now, it's not letting you do it yet. It'll show in yellow what territory you selected. Okay. Now, hold down your left control button. I think it's a control button. And move your mouse over to the left for the other townships. Okay. It's not that. Do the shift button instead of the control button. Yep, there we go. This is how you can assign a whole bunch of territory. Okay. Notice as you move your mouse over it, keeping the shift button down, you're selecting more and more territory at, in this instance, the township level to assign. Okay. So that's how you can select a large area or a large number of entities, depending upon what level you're at, and assign them in a more global kind of a fashion. If you don't hold down the shift key, then you're clicking one entity at a time. So that's the two mechanisms that you can assign territory on that side. Now, before you
how do I get rid of a township?
Okay, so what you want to do is you want to see where it says clear selection. Nope, down below on your next to, yeah, on that line. Nope, not there. On the right hand side, you see it says clear selection, assigned or unassigned. Yep. So clear the selection and it eliminates your selection. Okay. If you wanted to assign, then you'd hit the assign button. We don't want to do that yet because we want to stay up at the county level. So clear selection. But this is the way that people would end up drawing. Okay. So we're going to go back up to the county level so that we can draw our regions. So, yep, that's correct, Doug. Okay. You do have the capability on that right-hand side of not only clearing the selection, but if you hit assign and you say, well, I don't really want to do that, you've got the unassigned button too. Okay. So you can see some of the mechanics and the mechanism that you can work on a map in that regard. So let's, while we're down here at this level, go down to the silver level in terms of of the view. Up in the upper right-hand side, you see where it was default before and we did night.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got you.
Go down to the silver level. Okay, that's a different way of looking at the map. Okay.
But it's still townships.
It's still townships because
colors.
you're at that, yeah, you're at that township level. Go up to blue. Okay, it's a little bit dark, but not too bad, but it shows you just a different depiction on the map. And then go back to default. And the default is that aerial. Okay, because right now we have those two buttons up on the top of that of the box there. You've got clicked on satellite. So click on map instead. And there's your map. Okay. So the user has multiple ways that he can see what he wants to see. And so that's both in terms of the map or satellite buttons up there, or it's part of that, the selection of map styles on that regard. Okay. Questions from anybody on this? Yeah, go ahead and hide it, Doug.
Yeah.
Questions from anybody?
Commissioner Eid has a question, Kim.
Yep, Anthony.
Thanks, Mr. Brace. Is there a way for the software to display the county names while doing this?
If you zoom back, I think there's some labeling. So Doug, go ahead and zoom back. We want to get back to a different zoom level. You can do that in the plus or minus. So it would be in the,
that's correct.
yeah, in the minus one. Okay.
All right. How far do you want me to zoom back?
That's fine. You're back down at 6. Do in a little bit more. Nope, that's zooming out. Use the plus sign. Okay. The dots there is where you have the capability of seeing characteristics the way this is set right now. And it is set for, as Doug is showing you, the value. And right now the value is set at the total population, I believe. And Ryan, what's the way to make the change from the value? I don't remember. Ryan, are you there? You need to unmute yourself, Ryan.
Mr. Brace, this is Commissioner Zatella. I noticed when Doug had the drop-down map, or the drop-down that he's right above right now, it said township available at level 11, and it's saying current Zoom is level 7. So I'm wondering if he just goes to level 11, whatever that is. I don't know if that's a plus or a minus, if that would actually show the township name, because it sounds like it's already programmed in based on what I saw, but I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, it is partly there. I'm trying to remember what the label functions are. And that's where I was looking for Ryan's help on this regard.
Kim, he responded in the chat.
Let's see. He's showing unmuted. Well, that's a interesting fact. Okay.
There's 8.
Yeah.
This is Sarah with the Department of State. Ryan is experiencing some technical issues and he's going to log off and log back on, and hopefully that will resolve it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah, by all means. Good, okay. Okay. Let's see. All right, Doug, at some point in time, you had selected the validate plan. Go ahead and clear that.
How do I clear that? Oh, here.
Down the blue bar, yeah, okay.
I don't get, when I go to the blue bar, it doesn't give me the arrow to click anything. Where it says clear?
Yeah,
No, it's not working.
huh. Okay.
I do that. But then it just comes back.
Yeah, it comes back. That's a validation process again.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have to see what's doing on that side.
Okay.
Okay. The other thing is next to the plus or minus where we were zooming in and out, there's a little map box. Click on that. So this is where, that's partly what I was looking for. What this is it lets you select, if you remember when you moved your mouse around, it had a number. Right now that number is set up in all three instances to be the total number of persons in the geography you're selecting. So keep the top one as TA persons and do the second one and click on that. We're going to set that to be something else. So you have within the system, you'll notice on the bottom part on the spreadsheet, we've got total persons. We also have Hispanics, that's TA Hispanic. And VA Hispanic is the voting age Hispanic. And then we have the total persons that are white alone. The ALN is alone. So this is in the census designations. And so we've set up the spreadsheet to show Hispanics and Hispanics of voting age, then whites, blacks alone, American Indians, and Asians. Those are the data items that are in your columns that are on the bottom, but it's also as part of your selecting what numbers you're seeing. So put TA, so on the second one, put that to Hispanic of voting age. The VA, yeah, VA Hispanic, yep. And then the third one, let's put African Americans. That would be the TA Black alone. Okay, so this is now the three numbers that you'll see, okay? So go ahead and hide the map tips.
Well, where do I see them? Here?
Yeah, now I think it's also governed by the scale, but that's where I'm waiting for Ryan to come back in.
Yeah, I would say, can you hear me, Kim?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Good.
Okay, got that connection problem figured out. You might have to change the zoom one level to get the map tips to update.
Okay.
Oh, increase it?
Yeah, increase it there, Doug.
And then hover over it. Huh, okay. It's still just showing the total population?
Yeah, just a single number. Yep, yep.
All right, I'll look on mine. The topic of the idea of adding county labels, we need to talk to the developers about that function, because right now they only have it set for the population data.
Okay. All right, Ryan's taking notes as we're going through this so that he's got stuff to feed back to Fred and his people that are doing this.
Okay.
Good question, Anthony, on that side. And try doing clear again on the validation.
No, see, I don't even get an arrow.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. No, so I don't get an arrow.
Okay. So what Doug has to do is he has to keep the map tip window open. So I would say open up that little map tip window.
This one, styles or school?
The one where you chose the fields to display.
Yeah, that one there. To the left.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now when you hover over, now that's updating.
Yeah, that's updating. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But my validation plan, I can't close that. Validate.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you just press clear.
I can't, I don't get an arrow when
Right.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see it on the screen.
Yep, I could see. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to talk to Fred on this
Okay.
one too. See, you can, Doug, you can hide the map tips menu on the left-hand side. See if the blue bar works.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, that one works, but the clear is not working on the validate plan.
No.
So, okay. So
Okay,
we'll
I don't
take
know.
it back.
Working on mine, I have the exact same setup here. I'll add that in the notes to the developer.
Yeah. Okay.
This is Commissioner Rothorn. I wonder if you, Doug, if you just click inside the box under validate plan to just sort of select it anywhere in the box and then try to click clear.
No. No. So I don't
Okay.
see, I don't get an arrow when I get down to the clear.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So we'll take that back and look towards getting that one fixed on that side.
I mean, that's not a big deal. You can work around it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's true. That's true. Okay. All right. So Doug, go back and zoom out so that we see mostly counties.
Like that?
Okay. Yep, like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back and do what everybody thought we were starting to do. We're going to assign to District 1. So this will be Region 1, the territory, which counties you want to assign to it. Now, let's think about what we're really doing. What we're doing is we're starting to build regions. And what you'll see in redistricting is, like building districts, it partly depends on where you start. So Doug, this is going to be your plan for regions. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start UP? Do you want to start at Wayne? Where in the state?
I want to start a UP, and the reason I want to do that is because, well, I don't want to paint myself in the corner on regions, but
right.
But I got more population down in the southeastern part of the state to manipulate things. So I think I want to start in the northwest.
Okay, but remember, these regions are not governed by how many people there are.
Oh, that's true.
Right.
That's true.
Okay, so you're just trying to assign territory.
So it's how I perceive the state.
Right. That's correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I want to make a couple comments on this. I perceive the state. One of the things we heard in our hearings was the lakeshore communities want to be together, but half the counties on the lakeshore are on the lakeshore. There are territories on the lakeshore, but the rest is farm areas, which are not considered lakeshore communities.
Right.
So I really want to break that down to townships at that point. Would I not?
That's probably true. For the purposes of doing regions, however, I'm going to restrict you to whole counties.
Okay.
But you are correct. You've got the right thought process down. Hey, to really start showing some of the things that maybe I want to do, I got to go down to a lower geographic level. That's an important concept. Right now,
Okay.
I'm gonna be the terrible person in the crowd and say you can't do that for regions.
Okay.
We're
Okay,
only
I'll
gonna
go,
do
I
counties.
will go by counties. Okay.
Okay. So where do you want to do region 1? This is district 1 that we're gonna assign.
Okay, I'll start down in the southeast, southwest corner.
Okay, so you probably want to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah.
And again, you can move the map around.
Yeah, I can go down. Whoops. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So that's not a bad level of geography to show what you're doing on that side. So, okay. So what you want to do is you're assigning to District 1. And if you click on a county down there,
Okay.
it's not showing yellow, is it?
No.
Okay, Ryan, current selection. What's it doing?
Do I need to click on the dot or the county?
It should be just the county because you're really covering.
Oh, here I go.
I'm
There
gonna.
you go. Okay.
That's how it works.
Wait, there. Okay.
Okay. So you've assigned that first county. Now, before you do anything, let's see what the spreadsheet looks like. If you look down below on the spreadsheet in the yellow color, that is the current selection. So in that one county, that county has 76,258 persons in it. Okay. And the various racial mixes. Now, this right now, this is 2010 data. Okay. For the purposes of this exercise, we were able to put in just the 2010. We'll have next week some of the more, the ACS data and the ESRI data, for example. But right now we've got the 2010 data. Part of the other thing to recognize is that in the My Districting system, you're basically set for 20 columns of data. Right now, we don't have up to 20 in there right now, but it does let you select up to 20 columns of data. So we'll probably expand that as we start taking a look at this. But for right now, you're set at what Ryan had set up originally. Okay. So, so Doug, select another county that you want to be as part of this region.
Okay. So what I'm looking at is rural areas, really. So
Okay.
I go shift and give you that.
Yeah.
See, and I look at all of this. All of this is rural. I have to move the map.
Yep.
I look at this as rural too. Oops. Okay, so. Okay, so I look at that as rural. And now I come up here and I really, I guess I would look at, see, I look at Kalamazoo different than I do.
Right. Good point.
Because
in terms of the regions.
There. So I would look at that as the region.
Okay.
Or yeah. Can I assign a name to it?
It's preset for just district numbers.
Okay.
Okay. So go ahead and hit the assign button. There. Yep. And now it goes and assigns all that territory to District 1. And you see how the current selection is now blank.
Excuse me, this is Commissioner Orton. I think it's very important that we do not use the word district because we are not doing districts right now.
Yeah.
We just need to use the word region.
Yeah, That's true. Okay.
Yep. Good.
Tim, the name is editable. He can't, Commissioner Clark can change the name. It's the square with the pointer just to the right of where it says District 1 in the name column.
Yeah.
So where it says District 1, right there, click that.
Okay.
And you can change the name to whatever you want.
There you go. I forgot about that one. Thank you, Ryan.
I can.
Just delete District 1.
I don't. Oh, this. Okay, I got it. Just the text and just type in what I want.
Yeah, what you want. There you
go. Southern. Okay.
Okay.
You could probably just call it region 2, Doug, if that's easier, or just region 1, region 2, region 3, if that's simpler.
It really depends on your personal choice on how you want to. You've got the flexibility of, yes, you could call them region 1, region 2, or, Doug in this instance wants to give it a name. So maybe he'll recognize it, later on by the time he gets to other ones, what was region 6 and which was region 8 and that sort of thing.
What was my criteria for choosing that region?
Right.
Which is it's southern rural.
Yeah.
And I get the ones in the middle. So just north of Coldwater. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay. So you
can do it either way. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it either which way. Cool. So you can end up starting to see what kind of flexibility you have on that regard.
Yeah.
So, okay. So now what we want to do is you're set with that configuration as District 1.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Do you want to include any other territory up above it in the 1?
Or like here.
Sure. Something like that or
in here. Yeah. I could. So whoops. Yeah. No, I don't want to do it because what I do is I block in Kalamazoo.
That's true, but maybe that is a good region in itself. I mean, that's your choice on that side.
Yeah, but when I block in Kalamazoo like that, there may not be enough population to create.
Again, we don't worry about, these are regions. These aren't districts from that side. But you only have 9 of them. So if you were to make Kalamazoo its own, then somebody might argue Flint needs to be its own, Grand Rapids needs to be its own. And suddenly you've used more than 9. Now that's where, we can expand the style so that you get, more than 9 or whatever. So you've got, choices there. So
I want to include Kalamazoo because a lot of the outlying part of Kalamazoo is rural too.
Is rural, okay. Okay. Keep in mind, everybody, is that we're going to let Doug create his regions now, and then after lunch we're going to come in and critique his regions with the second person to make changes to it. So that we're going to end up coming out of today with 2 regional plans on that side.
Okay.
So
now I want to get another region.
Yes.
Which would be 2. So I go down and I could check the color.
Yep. Check the color. Okay. So now you're setting the colors. So now you can draw region 2.
Okay, so region 2, what I want to draw is this. Whoops. Oh. want to draw that. Okay,
Okay. That's region
Which-
2.
correct.
Okay. Now, your um your spreadsheet on the bottom, you've scrolled down, so you're
Yeah.
not seeing the top part of it. On the right-hand side, there's a scroll bar.
Yeah, over here.
Yep. So move that up. Go up. Now you'll
Okay.
see. Okay. Now
Current
you'll
selection.
see. Yep. What you've selected.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
then what I want to change this name.
Okay.
I want to change it to Detroit. I'll just change just Detroit again,
Okay.
even though it includes Ann Arbor. Ann
Yeah.
Arbor's a distant suburb, but okay.
All right. Now you've got to assign those 2 counties. Yep.
I signed those 2. Okay.
You may have to go back and redo the name again, Doug. I'm not seeing that change.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. Detroit. Okay.
Yeah, now it took it. So what you've discovered is that you've got to have something selected, and then you can rename that selection.
Okay, so I do that. Then now I'm gonna go choose another region. So I go choose the color.
Yep.
Set the color. Now I want to do Detroit suburbs. Metro Detroit. What I want to do. Okay.
Okay.
Metro Detroit, I assign that.
Yep.
And then I can go to, that's District 3, and I can say Metro Detroit. Okay. All right, so then, I want to move the map. So. Oops. So I'm going to choose District 4. Set the color. Okay. And I want to assign this as the thumb area. Okay. Well, I tell you what, this takes a lot of thought once you start getting into it.
Yeah, you're discovering a key part of redistricting, Doug. Exactly.
Yeah.
Commissioner Clark, I was just thinking you're doing an excellent job. This is good stuff.
Well, thanks, but I think if I go back and look at it after lunch, might even do it different, I don't know.
That's possible. Yep.
Yeah. So then I want to do next district. Just this. So I look at the state as from here Did I choose the color for District 5?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I have the shift keys what I want. Cellular Flint. No, Midland. I don't want these guys. I don't want these guys. So I see that from a perspective of the state. I see this as an industrial area.
Okay.
So District 5 is I see that as industrial. Okay. Now, move this again.
Need to select number 6.
Yeah, I gotta select 6, but I'm thinking about number 3, going back to 3, because this area right here,
Yeah.
that's not really Metro Detroit. Could be part of the Lansing area. Okay, so what I want to do, this is interesting. Oh, whoops, I gotta go 6.
Yep.
So what I want to do is, this is heavily populated area. So I want to go here, 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 and here, which to me is heavily populated. But see, that leaves this. Hold on, I want them this too. See, this is sticking out by itself, and it's farm area.
Right.
Yeah. Where this is more, you got Lansing and the Lansing suburbs and the Grand Rapids and the suburbs. This is more city, central cities. All right. So what I'm gonna do. Oh no. I want my computer to restart. What I'm gonna do, I put it on snooze.
I just wanted to highlight, I'm not sure if Commissioner Lang has a hand raised, but I didn't want you all to get too into the woods.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. Are we all going to be doing this today? Have the opportunity to do this? Because I am a hands-on learner, and while watching is fine, I prefer to do things hands-on. So I'm just curious if we're all going to get the chance while you're here today, Mr. Brace, to start doing our own in case if we do have questions. I know we have homework, but I think I can only speak for myself personally because I am a hands-on learner, that it would be more beneficial for me personally. So I was just curious if we're all going to have that opportunity today.
Well, we can end up setting it up. We've got until 3 o'clock. And we can see how many other people we could get through. I mean, certainly that's possible. I want to do after Doug, let somebody go in and make changes to a plan. Would be a goal. And then once we've made a change to a plan and created this other plan, then yeah, we could end up having, as long as we're still playing it within 3 o'clock, we can let you go, because I'd love to have you do it too, Rhonda. I agree.
This is Sarah Reinhardt with the Department of State. Commissioner Lang, I just wanted to add that I circulated the link to the My Districting user portal to all commissioners. So you're welcome to follow along with the steps that Doug is currently completing as well on your own right now. So hopefully you find that helpful.
Thank you, Sarah.
And so that's 6 central cities. So I got 3 left.
Yep.
All right, so number 7. So I want to jump. Oops, I don't want to do that.
Commissioner Clark, we have 1 minute until our break, but just no pressure.
Okay. Is that the lunch break?
Yes.
Yep. Well, I can continue this and wrap it up so somebody can modify it.
Thank you, General.
I don't know about the general stuff.
It's a term of endearment. Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
hi, commissioners. I'm gonna jump in now. We have been working for a long time and learning. This has been incredibly valuable to myself. I agree with Commissioner Lang. I'm also hands-on, so I pulled it up on my laptop and I'm going to be tinkering around as well. But if there is no objection, we will now recess for 75 minutes. And yep, I didn't think I was going to hear any objection for that. So we will stand in recess until 1:15. 1:15.
Yeah, I got 2 more districts. Can you stay on with me, Kim, while I finish this? In case I run into trouble.
That's no problem. Yep.
And then somebody can take it and modify it if they want afterwards.
I'm not sure.
Commissioner Clark.
I don't think we can.
This is Sarah Reinhardt with the Michigan Department of State. I would just remind you that over breaks, if you stay on and discuss things, our interpreters also have to do so. So in order to allow them to take a break whenever we take a break, I would encourage you to not continue staying on.
Okay. I won't. I can wrap it up when we come back from lunch. How do I save all this stuff?
Well, you can, you could, I mean, you're going out of Zoom and that sort, you still are in the system so that you could complete it on your own. It's just, as Sarah points out, you can't ask me questions on that side.
Okay, I got 2 more to do. I'm going to do it real quick.
I just had a couple points. You don't need to set the color each time you click on a district. There are default colors there already, so I want to save you that step. If you just click on the district name, then you're good to go.
I just lost it.
Yeah.
Hello, commissioners and members of the public that are watching. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:18 p.m. Will the Michigan Department of State staff please take roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. As always, if you're attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call where you are physically attending the meeting from. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rawhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches. 11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Michigan Department of State staff. At this time, before we move back into our training and conversations with Kim Brace, I'm going to turn the floor over to Executive Director Sue Hammersmith, who has a short announcement for us, and then we have one other item of business to take care of. Sue, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. You might have noticed that Kristen Taylor popped in. And we asked her to pop in so we could say thank you to her for her work with the commission. So if she would come forward, I believe Edward has a certificate to present and a small gift on behalf of all of us.
I do, but it would be nice if Sue, Brittany, and Rebecca could come up with Kristen so we can have a picture for the record. And Sue, I will give this to you and make a few remarks before the formal presentation. You guys can just stay there in the middle. I know that I need to stay out of mic, so let me do this real quickly. Part of the thing with regards to the commission is we always want to be intentional and deliberate with our thanks. So we've created certificates for individuals or organizations that have done an outstanding job in supporting the commission's work of fair maps with public feedback. As we know, Kristen Taylor helped us with our event planning and kicking off the road for our 16 public events across the state. She did it with class and dignity. She helped us out with our signs. You see your table tents were done by Kristen, and just making sure that you were well taken care of, but most importantly, making sure that we executed a flawless event with intentionality so that anyone who came through the doors would feel welcome in partnership with the Michigan Department of State in submitting public comments or attending our public hearings. And so we just want to take this opportunity to recognize Kristen for her stellar efforts and achievements in assisting the commission. And without further ado, if there's anyone that would like to say something, I want to give them that opportunity to say it at this time. All right. Hearing none, we will take the picture. Kristen, you have to be in the middle somehow. So let's see how we can do this. Let's kind of do a switch of Sue and with Rebecca. That looks great. There we go. That looks good. 3, 2, 1, smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me be part of this historical event, really. So it was my honor.
Hi, this is the interpreter speaking. Can we speak into a microphone so that way we can hear what's being said? Thank you.
Thank you again for having me. This was truly an honor for me to be a part of this historical event to serve our great state in such a way. So thank you again. And I hope to maybe look forward to working with you again in the future. So thank you so much.
We enjoyed you.
Thank you so much, Kristen. We really appreciate you. And we know that you're going to continue to do amazing things because we definitely had the benefit of all of your expertise and hard work. At this time, we also have another element of business to discuss.
Executive Director Hammersmith has brought to me a email from the state, and I'll read it since everybody hasn't pulled it up, I know. It says, please review the following statements for the Autobound Edge desktop software and reply to this email whether you agree with the statements below, agree with caveats or edits, or would like to pursue a security plan. I confirm that all of the data in Autobound Edge is public data collected from 2020 census, the Michigan Election Redistricting Data Access Program, Google Maps, and other public sources. Because the data is classified as public, this results in a low risk to the state in the event that the data were breached. I understand that because both the integrity and availability impact levels were identified as moderate in the DTMB 3544 data classification form, MDOS and Michigan Cybersecurity recommend that a security plan be completed for this application. However, due to the extremely tight time frame required by the Constitution, the MICRC wishes to forego the completion of a standard system security plan. MICRC understands that installing an Autobound Edge on state computers may introduce vulnerabilities to state machines and pose a risk to the entire state network. Without the completion of a standard system security plan and more information on the application, the state is not able to properly evaluate the level of risk to the state of Michigan and its network. MICRC acknowledges the risks, both known and unknown, involved with foregoing the Michigan security accreditation process and accepts these risks in order to meet the timelines and vulnerabilities required by the Constitution. And they're requesting that executive director acknowledge this, sign it, and that we move forward with this. Therefore, I move that, having read this, that we authorize the executive director to respond in the affirmative, that we wish for the DTMB to move forward with what is in essence a waiver of the security plan and be able to install them forthwith on the computers. If I have a second, I'll speak to it.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, second made by Commissioner Rothorn. Oh. Who was it? I'm so sorry, Commissioner Curry. That was such an assumption on my part. Is there any debate or discussion on the actual motion?
Rhonda.
Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Wagner.
I'm just curious, and maybe Department of State or legal counsel, because this is obviously in the legal realm. If there was a security breach, what would the responsibility be of MICRC? Is this something that monetarily we would be responsible for something, or what exactly, if there was, would be the ramifications of that?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner Lang. It's something that I'm happy to connect. Oh, apologies. That's an excellent question, Commissioner Lang. It's something I'm happy to connect with our folks internally on and come back to you with an answer. And I'll refer or defer also to your general counsel if she has any additional information to add.
Thank you very much. I would concur with MDOS's statement and need to follow up on that as well.
Thank you, General Counsel. And Sarah, Commissioner Lang, you can go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up. When you say that you would get with them and get back, I see that there's time of the essence on this. Is that something that we could have an answer by the end of our meeting today?
I can certainly try. And if I do receive a response from them, I'll alert your executive director.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Thank you, Sarah. Commissioner Wagner.
Thank you, Chair Killam. I just want to go on record as saying if this is going to put the whole state network in jeopardy in any which way, I am not comfortable going forward without a security plan in place.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner and Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Wagner. It's kind of my thoughts. I guess my suggestion, because this is kind of holding us up, we do have the ability to access this online. My thinking is let's forego this download to the computers, which I think maybe there is a cost that we could be returned on this because of a licensing. And let's just use the online thing and we can move forward much quicker with drawing lines and get going on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Vice Chair Zatella, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out in the statement that Commissioner read, excuse me, one second. In terms of the privacy concerns, the data, and I'm reading from the statement itself, is 2020 census, the Michigan Electric Redistricting Data Access Program, Google Maps, and other public sources. Because the data is classified as public, this results in a low risk to the state in the event the data were breached. So we're talking about public data to begin with in terms of data privacy. So there is little to no risk in terms of if the data is breached because it's already public. In terms of the installation of the software, with all software, I can tell you this, having worked in the IT industry for over 15 years, all software incurs the risk of there being malicious code and vulnerabilities. That's just this part and parcel of the software industry. But that being said, I think the functionality of the web version is significantly diminished compared to the actual desktop version. So my preference would be to have that desktop version, even if there is a potential for some security risks. I'm sure our state computer program is robust. We have adequate security. We have programs in place and a security team that is identifying vulnerabilities and will work to identify any issues that come up that might be introduced by the software. So I'm comfortable there with the with the state of Michigan's security team being able to identify vulnerabilities. And I don't want to lose that functionality that you get with the desktop version versus the web version.
Thank you, Vice Chair Zatella. Sue, Executive Director, Sue Hammersmith.
I just want to reiterate, I had mentioned this yesterday, but if we do wish to go through the security plan, it will take up to 6 months to conduct that plan. And any decision that we hold on making, if we wait till next week's meeting on making this decision, then that will set back the installation of software on the laptops a week. So just so you're aware of those issues.
Thank you, Director Hammersmith. Commissioner Rothorn.
Director Hammersmith, can you help us understand how many commissioners have actually asked for the laptop version, or at this point has
Yeah, it's everybody but 1 or 2. I'm waiting on an answer from 2 people.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor would like a roll? Okay, and for the benefit of public record and for our own clarity, Commissioner Lett, do you mind restating the motion?
The motion is to, in essence, waive the security clearance from the DTMB and move forward with the installation of the program as presented.
Michigan Department of State staff, can we have a roll call for the vote?
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Director Hammersmith, you have the floor with the clarification.
I'm unsure if it's waiving security clearance or waiving the Michigan security accreditation process. So I think we want to be really clear exactly what we've been asked to forego in the essence of time.
Well, I don't know that there's a difference, but waiving the accreditation process and allowing you to acknowledge that to the DTMB.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no when I call your name. I will start with Rebecca Satella,
Yes.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Wagner, can you repeat that?
No.
Thank you. Richard Weiss,
No.
Dustin, oh, sorry, he's not present. Doug Clark,
I'll abstain. I don't have enough information to make a decision.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Eade,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
I'm abstaining also. There's just not enough information about the implications.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
No.
MC Rothhorn.
Yes.
One moment, please.
Thank you for your patience. Please give us just one more moment. By a vote of 7-3 with 2 abstentions, the motion carries.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt, and thank you, commissioners. At this time, we are going to move on or return to our agenda. Oh, sorry, you guys have to help me. Thank you. Commissioner E.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Ladd. If we could still get that information that the commissioners who abstained requested for information purposes, that would be great.
Okay, so we're returning to our determining geographic regions with which to begin mapping with Kim Brace. Kim, thank you for your patience. And you have the floor. Oh, sorry, Kim. Commissioner Lang.
Actually, this question is for Kim because I do want to follow along. I did register during my lunch period, and I'm going to flip my laptop around because I'm on my desktop, just so you can see this and maybe direct me and tell me what's going on, because it has, can you kind of see that? I got to angle it because of the light. It's been like that for a half an hour. I logged out, logged back in, and it came back up with that, and it's showing Washington, D.C. and doing nothing. So I didn't know if that's something you could direct me at real quick before we got started so I could follow along.
Possibly. I noticed that I got your text in the chat, and then I was trying to direct that chat to Ryan. However, Ryan has gotten stuck into Never Never Land, and I think Sarah and her team Can you delete Ryan from this call so he can get back in? He texted me that he's not able to connect. And so I think the way around that is to somewhere getting Ryan deleted and then letting him come back in.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
Yep.
In the
So,
meantime, I'll just sit back and take notes.
yeah,
Thank you.
sorry, Rhonda. I did see your thing and I was trying to get to Ryan so that he can do it. So let's see here. Yeah, all right. So let me send this to Ryan, which is Rhonda's communication. Ryan's still not in the system, it's saying. So he is on YouTube, so he is listening, but he's not able to participate right yet. So I'll continue on, and we'll try to get your problem solved, Rhonda, on that side. I apologize, but we'll work around and see what we can do. What I wanted to do is that start off by saying, from what I'm observing, you guys have been busy bees in the last 75 minutes while we've had supposedly lunch, because I'm seeing all sorts of activities on everybody's part. So great. Let me share with you what I'm seeing so that you can end up seeing this too. So what I'm seeing, move the chat box out of the way. What I'm seeing is, first off, we got a heck of a lot of people that have signed on, which is great. And it looks like everybody has verified themselves on that side. I know that early on, or towards the tail end, Janice had not verified yet, but she is now showing as being verified. So it looks like just about everybody has gotten on, which is great. So you are official users of the system in that regard, is what I'm seeing in the administrative side.
Tim, can I get you to, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can I get you to maximize your screen again?
Yep. As soon as you started speaking, I said, I know what she's looking for. Yep. Good catch. Good catch. Sorry about that.
Pavlovian. It's okay.
There you go. Okay. So we've got just about everybody, or at least a whole bunch of people signed on, which is great. Including Edward is on there too. So that's great. So in terms of plan manager, I'm also seeing a lot of good work already with different variations on the theme. People have begun to start drawing their own district configurations, their regions. We've done a bunch of different stuff to take a look and see where things are. I'm able to call up and look at the various plans. So I called up Doug's plan, his test plan 1, and saw that he had completed all 9 districts in the meantime on that side. In fact, if I open so that everybody can see, let's see. I'm not seeing now the 9th district. Oh, yes. The 9th district is in there as white, which is why it looks like it's not there, but it is there. You can see on the screen here, there is a number 9 highlighted. The system lets you change the colors. So you can go in there and change colors so that you can end up seeing a little bit better. So for example, I'm gonna set District 9's color there, and I can see it a little bit better. So you can see what you can do to make changes as you're going along and seeing things on that side. So, so from Doug's standpoint, he does have a completed plan, we can see. And we've got a lot of other people that have also gone about setting up plans in that regard. What I thought would be useful to do, and I don't see Ryan quite in there yet, but he's probably working on it. We've got Doug's plan here, which is what we were just looking at. Doug, if you want to, I'd like you to do the next step. So if you can go in to your, I'm gonna unshare mine and share yours then. So let me get out of, all right, I'm gonna stop share. Now, Doug, you should be able to share yours.
Yeah, when I did it, I didn't have white set as the Upper Peninsula. I had the blue, which you're seeing now.
Okay, well, interesting. Okay. All right, it may be a function of me being administrator that could have caused that change. I think I did see when I originally went in at one point in time, I did see it was blue. So I don't know what caused that, Doug, but
Yeah, one of the things I noticed on the view that you had just shown, I have two backups that got created for some reason. I didn't do that.
yes, I know you didn't do that. That is actually something that we were doing because we were trying to test out the next function that I wanted to show you.
Okay.
Okay. So first off, Doug, increase the size of your screen so that everybody sees your.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, don't X out right next to it.
Yeah, but I got something blocking it right now. Something blocking that. See if I can bring this down. So, see, right up here, I have something from Zoom, muting and stopping the video and all that stuff. I don't know why it's up there. Yeah. And I can't resize the screen.
All right.
Let me unshare. See if I can share again. See if the same thing happens. Yeah, I still have something up there where I can't get to that button.
That's interesting. That's more of a.
It's a Zoom thing.
It's a Zoom thing, and it's Sarah. So, all right, we'll work around that for the time being.
Okay.
On that regard. So, okay. Well, what I'd like you to do, Doug, is this is your plan that you've created, okay? And I want you to go back to the plan manager there on the left-hand side. Yeah. Okay. This is your plan. And if you take that bar on the bottom there and move it to the right, see the rest. Okay. You want to drop down the settings window. Okay. This is what I want to show everybody and what we're doing. There is what Doug has created is a plan that's there. If other people came in to look at the plan, you got to be careful that they could make a change to that plan. And so what the system has got set up is the capability of cloning as well as sharing. And it's an important distinction for you to keep in mind. What we want Doug to do is clone this plan, which is in essence making a copy of that plan, and calling it slightly different, as opposed to sharing the plan. We're not going to share the plan yet, but we want to clone it so that it basically becomes a backup, which is what we had done with Doug's plan before, which is why he was noting properly that he saw backups, which is our terminology, our word. And so, Doug, if you want to change the plan name so that we know it's distinctively different, number one backup or Doug Clark backup or however you want to, or clone, that's fine too. Yep. So, yep. Okay, good. All right. So what Doug has just done is he's created two plans within his system. Okay. Which is important to be cognizant of. And if I go over to my administrator, I end up seeing two plans now that Doug has that he's done. I see his clone number one and his original one. So I can see that he has done that, which is good because that's what I wanted to see. What we're going to end up doing is that we're going to hand off Doug's plan clone number one. We're going to hand that off to a different member of the commission. Doug has completed his plan. He's ready to submit it, basically. But I guess before he does, let's do one other thing while he's got that. On his plan, the ID number 17, which is clone number one on his screen. Doug, if you go and do the validate function.
On the clone one.
Yes, that's correct, under clone one. Okay, now don't close it yet. Let's see what there is. This is part of the validation process of what takes place on a plan. So it's checking to make sure all the geography is assigned, and we've assigned all the counties, which is good. It checks whether or not the districts are contiguous, and Doug has been successful in keeping things so that everything is contiguous within his regions. If he had say, for example, a region of just the center cities, if you remember my ones, I think I had discontiguous ones in my JERGs originally, because I had the core center cities all together as one big one without the intervening territory in them. Doug has successfully navigated that, so all his districts are of contiguous territory. If I had put mine through this process, it would have said, hey, this is not contiguous, or one of the districts is not contiguous. So then the question is, each district falls within the district deviation. Well, why is that the case? Well, if you go back to the way we had set up that original plan idea for JERGs, we had an acceptable deviation of 100%. That was one of the defaults because we knew that the regions were going to be so wide and different that we were trying to make sure that they were everything was acceptable on that side. So indeed, that's why this is showing that each district falls within the district deviation, just because we had set it so wide. And it says the overall district deviation should be between 100 and minus and 100 plus. That failed the overall deviation simply because it's more than 100 because of the Doug's Wayne County or that district is so much larger. So that's why this one failed under that mechanism. It does not cause it to suddenly fail and not be accepted. What it does is it puts a flag on it. If you remember when I was showing you the administrative side, it had a plan submission control that had restrict invalid plans from submission, but we had it set for allowing submission from invalid plan with warning. Well, that's the warning that you're going to see. So that's why Doug's there, but he can go ahead and submit the plan. So Doug, hit the blue button there and go ahead and proceed. So in this instance, when you submit a plan for people's considerations, you can put comments there. So go ahead, Doug, and say how great your plan was or whatever you want to put on that side.
Okay. We did regional plan.
Okay.
So
Yep. Okay, what you can see is that Doug has completed and submitted the plan. So, which is good. Let me refresh my screen. Okay, Doug, let me have the screen back.
Okay.
So unshare on your part. And I'll share mine so that you can see what I'm seeing as the administrator over here. Can everybody see my screen? So what I have here in my administrator side of things, I can see Plan 17, Doug's clone 1 of 1, is basically a completed regional plan. That's the remarks that he typed in. And it shows it's been submitted as opposed to being in an edited phase. So we can see from an administrator side of things where things are and as people are playing around and practicing the sessions on that side. So it's something that we can end up seeing, and it does change some distinctions in terms of that. If you notice, I could, as administrator, I could export Doug's plan, the shape or individual districts, or if I'm in the position here as administrator of even deleting the plan. We're not obviously going to do that, but you've got the capability of taking this to a next step. If you wanted to create a map in like ARC or something like that, you can get the shape file of Doug's regional plan out of the system, in essence. Let me go back and Doug, go ahead and share your screen again.
You have it now?
Okay, yep, I can see it. Okay, run your mouse over to the far right again. Down on that bar. Yep. Okay, so go to settings.
That's what's happening.
Okay. And we've validated, we've submitted it. It's showing submitted. Okay. Let me ask Ryan, did you get in?
This is Sarah with the Department of State. I'm working with Ryan right now to get him back on.
Ah, okay. Thank you there. Thank you there. Okay. What I was thinking of getting into the next stage of the settings, which is what we had talked about. If you remember, there is a clone function and a share function. I'm not sure why once you submit it, it's no longer, well, maybe, I know that if it's submitted, then it is in essence shared with everybody. That's probably what we're talking about. Doug, if you go back up to that first plan, the original one, and do settings.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is where, you know, we went through and did the clone operation there. And then we submitted that clone. If Doug were to, don't do it now, but if you were to simply share the plan in this phase, what you can do, oh, go ahead. Let's see what sharing does. Do share of that plan. Okay, yep. This is where you can end up sharing a plan amongst the people that are here. Okay, so you could select an individual name if you wanted to share a plan with another commissioner or to me or Ryan or whomever. You could end up sharing a plan. Now, I recognize that we probably need to get Julianne into the mix of whether or not individual commissioners can share individual plans. That's probably a legal question. I'm not going to get in the middle of that battle, but I will say that the function is there to share with an individual commissioner. I presume you could check off a number of commissioners. I think, you know, that's something that Julianne needs to think about in that mechanism. It is possible within the software to share a plan amongst the other people that have come on board. Presumably we get a number of users, the public on board, and in theory, I guess you could end up sharing a plan of yours with somebody else outside of the commission. Again, the functionality is there for sharing. How you want to use it, I think, is probably a determination that we ought to have with Julianne and what to recommend to you guys in terms of that capability. But that's what sharing a plan does. It lets them see the plan to be able to share it on that side. So I wanted to kind of show you the difference between cloning and sharing. It's an important distinction to keep in mind and how you want to operate on that side. So go ahead and close that out. Don't have to update it, Doug. Just, yeah, close it out. I just wanted to show that distinction on that side.
Hi, Kim. Apologies for the interruption.
No
I just wanted to note that Commissioner Wagner has her hand raised.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Wagner. Sorry about that.
Thank you. My question was on that last screen, how you had it open, and I was wondering if the administrators have that option to share, or is it limited to users? And because I didn't notice Doug up there, and I thought you had said you had changed him to administrator at that point. So I wonder if administrators cannot share plans. Do you see where I'm going with my question?
Yeah, that's a good point. And
I don't see Doug's name up there. If he's been granted admin user.
Well, actually, he is himself already. So that's why he wouldn't be listed there.
Gotcha. Because we're okay. Because we're using his. I gotcha.
Yeah.
But my question.
It's a valid point. You know, and we'll have to take a look. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aaron. Come back on, Aaron. Unmute yourself.
I was just wondering if we can figure out if admins can share between admins, because I expected, I would like Julianne if she would pop on and just let us know. I don't think we'll be able to share plans amongst ourselves, but I would like general counsel to weigh in on that aspect.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner, General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, to Commissioner Wagner's question, we had addressed that in the previous meeting we had with Mr. Brace, and to reiterate my statements at that meeting, yes, activities in the web version, we want to avoid a quorum. We want to avoid Open Meetings Act violations where a quorum of either the commission or any formed committees would be assembling or discussing redistricting business that's currently before the MICRC or anticipated to be brought before the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Commissioner Wagner, did you still have a question or a thought?
Thank you, Chair. No, Julianne answered that. I just wanted to make it abundantly apparent.
Okay, thank you. Kim, you have the floor.
Okay, good. I'm glad we were able to use this experiment as a way of reiterating the procedures and that sort of thing that you've ended up looking towards. So what we have is Doug has created a clone of his plan. And the reason why we've got him creating the clone is that we're going to share it with one other member so that he could end up making changes to it. And I'm going to show you that. So the question would be, who's the other member? And I know MC is online, and I think Anthony is online. Rhonda's having problems with her machine, so we're trying to get that fixed. But who would like to be the second guinea pig of changing Doug's plan?
I'll do it, Kim.
Okay.
Commissioner Eid.
All right. So, Doug, if you want to unshare. Yep, there we go. Okay. So, Anthony, if you can sign in and show your screen.
Kim, just wanted to let you know that Ryan is now in the meeting.
Ah, good. Okay. Ryan, you can probably unmute yourself so that you can speak.
Zoom decided to blacklist my desktop computer. I had to switch to my laptop.
Ah, yes. All right.
So if you have any questions that I wasn't able to cover earlier, let me know.
Yeah, I think we've got clarification on that side. Okay, Anthony, I see is coming on to Zoom and his audio. There we go. I'm starting to see his screen share. Okay, great. All right, what you are seeing now is Anthony's plan manager. Anthony, go up and hit dashboard again. So we just see that one on your left-hand side. All right, this is message board. You see we've got more people online so that you can send messages or whatever. You can see that in the dashboard itself. So that if there's an issue or something like that, you could send a message that, hey, my machine is working strangely or whatever, so that the administrators could see that. So for example, Rhonda, in your issue, in terms of the problem with doing DC, that would be something you could send to me or whomever as a message in the message board too. We don't necessarily have to be online with Zoom to chat the issue or that sort of thing. So that's one thing. So Anthony, if you can then go back to Plan Manager. Okay. So Anthony has a plan there, but he's not seeing Doug's plan. And so the issue is Doug has submitted the plan. And so the question I would have for Ryan, a submitted plan should show up here in Plan Manager, shouldn't it?
This plan manager of Anthony's is only the ones that he created. Now, if he submitted one, then it would show in the admin portal that he has submitted a plan.
But in what I'm talking about is Doug's plan that Doug had done, and being able to see Doug's plan here. So I don't know if it's importing a plan that Anthony needs to do to get Doug's plan. I don't know if that's the case.
Did Doug mark Anthony to be shared?
He submitted the plan.
Yeah.
And once it's submitted, then it's not set up that shared was something to be seen.
Okay, I haven't tested the effect of submitting plans very much.
Right. So the issue is, should we have had Doug share the plan with Anthony before he submitted it?
That's what you and I have tested into success. Yes.
Yeah. Doug, why don't you go back into your system and bring up that you've already submitted the clone one, but bring up your plan before you set the second one as the clone.
Okay. You want me to share the screen to do it or just do
Sure.
it?
Yeah. Yep. That way we can see what you're doing.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is it.
Okay. So let's go up to your first plan, Doug. Yep.
Yep.
To settings.
And
And
share
let's-
it with Anthony.
Yeah. Let's do the sharing with Anthony. Okay.
Okay. Okay. There it is.
So, okay. So go ahead and knock that off. Yep. Okay. So now go ahead and bail out of your machine, Doug, and let Anthony be the director of the Zoom. We'll go back to Anthony's machine.
Okay. All right, I'll stop my share then.
Yep.
Okay.
And Anthony's share is trying to start.
Yeah,
Okay.
there it is.
So we see that Doug's plan has gotten over to Anthony. Okay. Now, what this is, however, is that it is Doug's original plan. It's not the clone. So we may have to be careful in Anthony making change. And does Doug lose control of it? I don't know the answer to that. But that's part of why we experimented with clones and sharing to see what happens. So right now, Anthony, we're going to go ahead and open Doug's plan.
Well, what if I had recloned it?
That's yeah, that would be, and called it something else. That's true.
And then Anthony could get to it because I already set him up for share.
That'd be interesting. Let's see. That maybe could work, but it may not. That's what I'm not sure, but that's a good question, Doug. Ryan, I don't know if you have an answer for that one.
I could try it.
So what I'm seeing on the screen is it's now coming into Anthony's. He's opening up Doug's plan. So that's the test plan 1, Doug Clark. And what is happening is it's loading in all the geometry. And so it's loading in this whole plan as if it was a plan sitting here on Anthony's machine. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but we've got it in here now. I'd note that it's showing on this one the color change that I put into place.
Yeah.
That was not in Doug's one, so I'd note that taking place in that regard. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Anthony make changes to this. So Anthony, you've got a wide swath, but this is an existing plan from the system standpoint. So it is a plan that is the Doug plan that we're going to let Anthony create and do as a correction or a change to Doug. Or we could have Anthony start off with a fresh, unfiltered one and just draw his himself. But I wanted to show you what happens when a plan is altered or changed. So Anthony has the capability of making changes. I guess, Anthony, from your standpoint, how would you change Doug's plan if his was the starting point? And how would you change it?
Well, we should first off state that these regions are a little arbitrary. They're simply how we are splitting up the state to help make districts later. So, we have this arbitrary number of 9 set, which is what we're working with right now in practice. So these aren't set in stone by any means, but I look at this and I see this big area of region 8 here. So I think that's, quite a large area. So I would maybe try to combine this area over here to give us another region to put maybe on the right side of the northern state and make the middle of the state its own thing.
Okay. What you have is, first off, you're correct, Anthony. You're inhibited with 9 districts. If you let me share with you my screen for a second, go ahead and unshare yours, Anthony, and I'm going to take back control because I want to show you one other thing that we did over the lunch break. Okay, I'm going to go and share my screen again. And on the administrative side, you should now see my screen. And you see over the lunch break, we modified this JIRG to now make 2 different JIRGs. You recall earlier today, we talked about that possibility. And so we've now implemented that from the administrative side so that you could create either a 9-district JIRG or a 10-district JIRG. Now, Doug's plan was set up as 9. And so that plan is there as just 9. If Doug wanted to maybe add another one, what he would end up needing to do is basically go into the JIRG 10 and start from scratch and redraw in the 9 that he has with the 10th one, wherever you'd want to put that. So that would be the way that you could end up, maybe getting another JIRG or whatever, and we can set up any number of JIRG configurations in this sense, so that you'll have a wide capability of looking at what possible you want to do in terms of creating your JIRGs or your regions at this point in time. So I just wanted to let you see that, and we'll go over this weekend, put in some more JERGs, or relabel them as JERG regions or whatever, with additional district numbers. But that's what can be done. So on that side.
Kim, we have a question in the room quickly, if we can, from Vice Chair Zatella.
Yep.
Yeah, Kim, we've received a lot of public comments about the economic recovery reporting regions, and I'm wondering if we can't create some JERGs with that, and I can send that to you if you'd like, or I can show it to you real quick. But it's basically 8 regions, and let me see if I can actually share my screen and show it to everybody.
Yeah, let me stop share. Okay, now Rebecca, you should be able to share your screen.
There we go. All right, can everybody see that? Can we create a JERG like this? Because I think this is something we've heard a lot from people. I think it makes a lot of sense to just use it. It's used in a lot of different venues within Michigan where people look at this breakup, and I think it's kind of a logical way to break up the state of Michigan with 8 regions. If you could create some JERGs for that, I would really appreciate it, because I can't get the software to work on my computer, and this is what I would create if I could, but I can't seem to get it to work. So
okay, that's fine. No, we could create less number of JERGs or more number of JERGs so that you've got that capability. What you're going to see, and part of this is why the exercise of what we're trying to do, is that there are lots of different ways of drawing. So keep that in mind as you ultimately draw, and when you get down to House, Senate, and congressional districts, there's lots of different ways to create a plan. And so you're seeing that in this JERG scenario. But yeah, Rebecca, these are good ideas for you to submit, and over the weekend and first part of next week, you could create this one as your JERG, and you can create other ones, however you'd want to think about it. Because what we're going to try to do is next Thursday kind of review everybody's plans on that side of the regions and see if we get a consensus or a feeling, or how we could change whatever the final one might be. So
okay,
good.
Thank you.
Yep, good, Rebecca, by all means. Okay, any other questions from anybody? No, okay.
No, we don't have, oh, yep. Commissioner Orton.
So kind of related, I just wonder, I think if the public hasn't been watching our meetings, they don't understand JERGs. So I'm wondering if they're gonna log in and have see the same thing that we just did, instead of JERGs, could it say regions?
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Ryan and I have been calling these JERGs for so long. That's why he immediately typed in. But yeah, we can change these to be regions 9 and regions 10, or whatever the case may be. That's fine.
And then along the same lines, if the word district could be taken out, I don't care what word is used, but I think it's important that we not use the word district until we are redistricting.
Yeah, no, that's a valid point too. Okay. We
Thank
play
you,
so
Kim.
much in districts, but yes. So
I would have to agree.
Not
Sorry,
9 areas, or yeah, regions, parentheses, 9 areas, or something like that. Adopt that kind of scenario and plan types.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. I think that was an excellent, both suggestions help that to make, or this whole process more accessible for the
Right.
folks to be involved in and to have input, and for us. I'll speak for myself, for me. And we have Commissioner Curry has something for you.
Hi, Kim. I just want to ask a question. If you're behind because your computer is not working, will it be hard to catch up with what you're saying now?
It shouldn't be, hopefully. We can work with you individually, like with Rhonda, we may have to, I don't know yet. But yeah, no, it's you will find that we're always available. Much to the chagrin of maybe my wife, or certainly my cat now. When I came back from Colorado and Utah last night. The cat was meowing up a storm when I walked in. Like, where the heck have you been? So, yeah, no, that's fine. We can work with you.
Okay, now, am I to reach you or what? How do I call you or contact you or what?
We'll have to look at, and let me ask Sue what her take is on that sort of thing.
And can I just jump in very quickly? I think several of us are having, I mean, Commissioner Curry's issue is a bit different, but it's auto-populating. My issue is the same as Rhonda, the DMV area. I tried to send you a message. The program wouldn't even let me do that. So I can see it. I can't play with it at all. I can't interact with it.
Okay. Okay.
So I don't know if it helps to group concerns about, the challenges that we have or what. But I'll let Sue weigh in on that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, what we can do, I guess my suggestion would be is let's continue with this exercise and let Anthony make changes to Doug's plan. And then, well, we've only got 35 more minutes before the meeting ends. I mean, it's your call. If you want to, we could go into screen sharing with each of you to try to figure out what's going on. That may
Kim,
be
you only really have until 2:40, unfortunately. You don't have the whole time until 3 because we have to do announcements and other things.
That's true. That's true. Okay. Well, what we're going to need to do is probably figure out the best way. And I don't want to get caught up with how we do support, but that's what we're going to need to do. What's allowable and what's acceptable. So that's partly a call with Julianne and Sue on how they want to operate from our standpoint.
Director Hammersmith has the floor.
In an ideal world, all calls, all needs for support with EDS would go through me because I'm the staff to that contract. And if we have 13 commissioners calling Mr. Brace or emailing, et cetera, then I have no way to judge how many hours he's giving to us. And when he submits an invoice to me, I don't know how many people have been talking to him and when. So I know it seems to be a central issue right now. So I think something needs to be done on EDS end. So again, rather than having 6 commissioners call you with the same issue, if they are filtered through me, then I can certainly arrange for support.
So as clarification, Sue, you would like us, the individual commissioners, to reach out to you and specify the challenge we're having with the interface with the my districting?
Yes, I would prefer that, just so we can get a handle on what the bigger issues are. And if it's an issue on EDS end, to not have 13 people contacting him on the same issue.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
What about the issue at hand right now, since we know what it is and there's at least a couple of us having the same exact issue? How do we do that? And what if it's something where we need to be walked through independently? If you want me to do the homework this weekend, I need a fix. That's all I can say. We have it on the agenda that there's homework that we're supposed to do and I can't do anything on that. So can we come up with a fix right now on how we're going to address it?
Well, I know from our side, I think we're going to need to talk to Fred and why DC is coming up on several different systems. I think it's something in terms of the setup on each of the different machines or his overall setup. So that's, I need to give him a call and get him into the mix on trying to figure out how we can solve that. So I can, put in the call to him as soon as we get off and get some sort of resolution, and then we can get back to Sue to then get to all of you guys or whatever. We'll get that solved today, certainly, so that you can continue with your homework assignment on that side, Rhonda, and everybody else.
Yeah, Kim, if I can chime in, DC is just the default geographic start for the plans, you know. It's just the problem is that we're seeing is a couple of commissioners, their plans just aren't initializing to the point where it zooms in to Michigan geography.
Right.
So that's the reason you're seeing DC. It's just that's where the web app has a default location to start in. But it's supposed to zoom to Michigan for the geographies because that's what's in the database. So that's, yeah, we'll talk to the developers about why some people's plans aren't able to initialize.
Okay. Rhonda, question?
Yes, for Chair Kellum, I'm just curious, when you did this, were you using the Cisco VPN? Can you tell me that? Because I was not logged into that. So I'm wondering if that might be the issue, if some are logged into that and some aren't.
No, I wasn't. I'm able to move the map over to Michigan, but it doesn't, you know, like Kim, when you first were interacting and working with Doug, you pulled up the map, it kind of gridded out and you focused right in on Michigan and had the blue grid, fancy stuff. That's what I'm calling it, technical term. So when I open up mine, it does not do the same thing. It immediately shifts to the DMV area. I can move the map, not just to Kim, but Ryan also. I can move the map over and then it just stays on populating data. I don't want to take up too much time because I know you all will fix it, but I'm just, for the purposes of Commissioner Lang and general understanding, that's what's happening.
Okay. All right. Well, I think from our side, it may be that in order for us to see what you're seeing, a share kind of a functionality, be it a separate Zoom call with individuals. I mean, that's part of what we can do in terms of support. It's just, I want to make sure that Sue is comfortable and any kind of connectivity to individual machines. I know that was part of the issue early on with the Autobound Edge. If they're waiving that sort of thing now with what they've done, then maybe we won't have that problem. But I've been very cognizant of what is in the purviews or not purviews on that side. So any other questions on anybody else's side? We got 9 minutes. All right, Anthony, you're up.
All right, I'm sharing my screen now. I think I am. It's not coming up on your end.
Yeah, no, it's still saying it's trying to start screen sharing.
Just give it a moment, maybe.
There we go.
So I made a few changes. As you can see, so what I have here is, I have, and again, these are rather arbitrary regions, set at 9. But with that, I split the UP into a Western and Eastern UP. I have Upper Michigan up here as its own region. If I had a 10th, which I know we have the ability to do now, I'd probably split this up into a Traverse City region and Northeastern region. Then we have a southern bordering region down here. We have Metro Detroit and its suburbs here, Mid-Michigan here, a Lansing / Ann Arbor area here, a Thumb area here, and a West Michigan, Grand Rapids, Muskegon area here. And yeah, that's what I got.
Okay. Now, my question to you, Anthony, you started with a blank plan, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine. You're seeing some of the instances of doing it either which way, and I just wanted to point that out. In some instances, it's easier to start with the blank plan because your whole concepts can come into play as opposed to sitting there and manipulating Doug's around to be something that more closely reflects you. So I think that's a good instance for everybody to kind of understand what we're playing with. And you've got the capability of either which way on that side. So, changing a plan that's there or drawing it from scratch, it shows again what capabilities there are. And when we get ultimately into the state house and the state senate and congressional districts, that will be an important choice for you guys to make. Is what is a starting point? Again, you have that flexibility, but this is a good way of showing that, I think, from your guys' standpoint of understanding the distinctions. Okay, so this is Anthony's plan that he's come up with. Anthony, if you go back to your plan manager. Upper left-hand side you're in plan editor now. You want to go into plan manager.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of a lag between when I do it and when it's showing up on the Zoom.
Oh, really? Okay.
Are you trying to have me bring up Doug's map?
No, I wanted to have you now share your plan and submit your plan. Because what we want everybody to do over this weekend and first part of next week is basically create a plan or multiple plans, and being able to start sharing them and start submitting them so that by next Thursday's meetings, we have a whole variety of plans that we can bring up and take a look at. So, as you create a plan this weekend, yep. All right, so I'm seeing partly a shared, there we go. Okay. And
this with everybody.
did you hit update?
I did.
Okay. And so there we go. Okay, so you did do everybody. Okay. That's what's coming through now. Okay, so everybody should now be able to then see what Anthony has created. And it's a shared plan in your machines and your plan manager also. Just like when Anthony brought up, originally Doug's plan was not there, but now it is. And so now everybody else should see Anthony's plan too.
Madam Chair?
I was going to say, Kim, I think we have a question from General Counsel.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just to take a step backwards and get some clarity, because maybe I'm misunderstanding. Unless the boxes are checked to share, you can see that people have drawn plans or have a document in process, but you cannot view those until the sharing box is checked on that screen that was just before. So on that screen, I'm seeing that ID number 10 has a test plan, and that ID number 9, Commissioner Clark has a test plan. ID number 10, Commissioner Eid has a test plan, but they cannot view each other's plans until the sharing has been accomplished. Is that correct?
Yes, in essence.
Okay. And then,
Yeah.
so then when we went to the next screen, the reason that I interrupted, and I apologize, I know we're short on time, but that was what I was referencing, is that we can't share things with a majority of the commission, because then that becomes everyone's weighing in on these plans in the software, which is not my other clarification is that right now, no members of the public could go in and view any of this. Is that correct?
Well, if you submit the plan,
But we
then-
haven't done, but we haven't done that, Kim, right now.
that's
So
correct.
we need to uncheck some of those boxes. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so as of right now, the only boxes I have checked are with the people that we're practicing with. So I got Kim, Ryan, Doug, and MC. That's there's a little bit of a lag between it shows up on there and when I'm doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can see it's updated now, Anthony. Yep. Okay. Anthony, what you need to do is check off both of the Kim Braces and both of the Ryan Taylors. We signed on in different ways in order to see and share things. So for right now, just check both of our names in both places off, or turn it on, so you can share it with all of us, no matter what because we've signed on in essence as administrators, but we've also signed in as users. That's why you're seeing me twice and Ryan twice.
Okay, that's done.
So yeah, update that and then yeah, we'll be fine.
So
Okay.
now, Kim, I can't submit the plan until it is first validated, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So should I validate it or
Sure.
do you want me to do next?
Yep. There is a real drag on the system. I'm seeing, Anthony, that you've checked off all the names and it's processing. So it's I don't know if that's a Zoom issue or what, but there is a delay. But
Yeah,
yes,
I'm at the plan validation box where it has the 4 validation criteria and I have
Right.
2 check marks and 2 X's.
okay, yep, I'm seeing you now. So let's see, and you're on the 9 district plan right now, as I recall. So it is saying that your deviations are outside the acceptable window of minus 100% and plus 100%. I'm not sure how you did it, but congratulations, Anthony, on that side. But those are kind of warning circumstances. As you remember, we've checked it off so that warnings are not something that invalidates the validation process. So you can go ahead and submit this plan now, and despite those warnings, it'll go through.
Kim, we have a question quickly, I'm sorry, from Commissioner Orton.
Sure.
This is maybe for Julianne. I just want us to be clear before we go off for the weekend and start working on our own. We're okay to create these plans. We just need to not share. Like, who should we can share with Kim and I forgot the other name. Ryan, yeah, we can share with those, but we shouldn't share with everyone on the list because that's all the commissioners. Is that correct?
Correct. Through the chair to Commissioner Orton, correct. Again, the same quorum rules would apply to electronic communications that apply to any form of communication, verbal, written, electronic. So yes, you want to avoid quorums of not only the full commission, but any committees that are still formed, which again is the the committee for the litigation council RFP. You want to avoid constructive quorums or round robin quorums where you stack the information and relay the information. So again, those would be your guiding principles. They are exactly the same as your guiding principles in all of your other interactions with other members of the commission. Those restrictions do not apply to your staff, so that's why we're able to send out emails to everyone. What we also do at BCC, that way there's no compiling of the number of commissioners. Does that assist the commission?
Thank you, General Counsel.
And I'm happy to state it
Yep, you-
differently and state it as often as you need. I will think up different ways to word those sentiments for your benefit.
Thank you. We appreciate it because we need to keep hearing it. Any other?
And Madam Chair, just again, if any commissioner or staff member has a question, please reach out to me by phone, text, email, pigeon, whatever is your preferred method, and ask me the question before you do it would be wonderful. And I'm always there to help you.
Thank you, General Counsel. When you were listing all the ways to communicate, I was going to say, Commission, that is code for please ask the question first. So Kim, you have the floor. I don't think we have any more questions or concerns. Okay.
No, okay. All right, well, I think, we're getting to the time of conclusion here for our exercise for the day. I just want to reiterate, we've done 2 major tasks. We've created plans. We've put users into the system. If you have not yet created your user capability in the system, please do so that we can end up seeing and everybody. We'll try to figure out how best to solve some of the issues that individuals have. And let me talk to Fred on a couple of instances, but then I can work through Sue to figure out how's the best way to communicate or set up separate discussion points with individual commissioners, for example, on solving their problem.
Thank you, Kim. I think Commissioner Clark might have a quick question for you before you leave.
Yeah, real quick. In a perfect world, I should create my plan and then clone it and let people change the clone, but not change the original plan. Is that true?
Yes, that was what we were trying to experiment with.
Yeah,
Yep.
That didn't work. We'll get it to work.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll get
thanks.
it to work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Kim, Commissioner Eid has another question for you.
Very quickly, what does this import plan function do?
Good question. The import plan function, we were testing that out last week. We're still trying to see if there's a bug there, but basically what we were looking at is, for example, for your existing state house, state senate district plan, I don't want to go back in there and recreate that by hand. And so the import function is basically taking a shapefile and bringing it in and setting up, an existing district plan, for example. That's what the import function is supposed to be doing. It was giving us a little bit of fits last week, and we're waiting for Fred's people to get back to us that it's now functioning. But that's what the import function is. And if you remember that when you look down on those settings, you did have the capability of exporting or exporting a shape file, which would be another way of sending your plan to somebody in that same way. Any other questions?
It doesn't look like we have any other questions in the room. Kim, we really appreciate you taking all of this time to practice with us. It was definitely beneficial, and we look forward to you, Sue, Ryan, and Fred, is that his name, getting together to make sure that all of this works for us. Otherwise, some of us will get an E on our homework for this weekend, but we will pay attention and might have some written suggestions.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Kim. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, commissioners, we are moving on in our agenda to future agenda items. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Hammersmith to share about future agenda items. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Director Hammersmith.
So it looks like there's some technical issues that need to be worked out, but and also Kim wanted to provide homework for you. So I think we can have him do that in writing. I will make sure that that happens shortly here. Also next week, he wants to talk to us about the alternative data sets and what is included in some of that data that can be used for the initial mapping process until we get census data. And I will also make sure that the unfinished business from today for the additional information the commissioners requested regarding foregoing the lengthy security accreditation process is covered next week. We have a meeting scheduled with 2 people that will assist Sarah and I in asking those questions on your behalf and making sure that all is well in that arena. So I think that's it for now.
Thank you, Sue. Moving on, any questions or comments about what Sue said? Okay, moving on to announcements. Are there any announcements? Okay, hearing no announcements because the commission has no further items on the agenda and no further business to do. A motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett. Can I have a second? Second made by Commissioner Curry. Any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. The meeting is adjourned at 2:50. Thank you so much, and everyone, please take care and be well.